Daniel's here. Correctivity. Correctivity in homeostasis, thereby sovereignty. European genus and species, systemic. As seems to be happening, I'll put up these Monday or Tuesday, as it were, shows following a Sunday night stream, which for various reasons wasn't satisfactory due to my own insufficient preparation or the unexpected trolling of others that diverted the purpose of the stream. In the case of a Sunday stream, what I did not anticipate and was a problem of my own was that in reading comments that I'd made at Majority Rights out of context here on a stream, that my profanity, which I maintain is justified and even appropriate in the context of a decade now long struggle with the gaslighting efforts of its proprietor and those egging him on in antagonism of me. That profane language would not reflect well on me and could look bad to an audience coming here. And so I'm going to keep that to a minimum. That is to say, the profane talk, the curse words and whatnot. That sort of vulgarity. The content was okay, but I suspect that could have distracted easily. Nevertheless, the content's always going to be okay on my streams and my channel because I've carefully thought about these things and they've been cultivated and tested through years and decades of experience. Not some Johnny come lately looking to be an e-celebrity. And this is not a popularity contest. This is not a matter of marketing. And in fact, the comment that I would care to begin this broadcast with then is the fact that we are going to be somewhat repetitious. We're going to, because the platform is solid and it has not necessarily taken hold yet to the extent that it has. We're going to be repetitious because it works. It makes consistent sense. And part of it, as a white postmodern platform, is taking one of the big advantages of this perspective in that we are not worried about having to be new and different, different in terms of what we've said before, uh, in order to be considered good. Um, we're not subject to that loop of that charmed loop of modernity. And if someone doesn't find us entertaining, we've said that before, not a problem. Go somewhere else. Go, watch the Jerry Springer show, or whatever you're into. Go to some neo-Nazi site. This platform is not for people who want to redeem Hitler. This platform is not for people who want to try to deny the Holocaust. This platform is not for people who want to impose Christianity or any other Abrahamic religion. This platform is not for people who see despite who think that who think that violence is necessary, let alone genociding other people. You categorically reject that. This is not a supremacist platform. This is not an imperialist platform. We're anti-supremacist and anti-imperialist. We're about advocating European genus and species. That is to say, the genus is European, the species are the different kinds of European peoples, whether they're in Europe or in diaspora around the world. And very importantly, sorry to say, we don't include Jewish people in that group. We're not trying to hurt them in any way, but we see them as an outside group, which we take a prerogative to look upon critically as a very powerful outside group, and we are satisfied that we're on moral high ground because we reject violence toward them, let alone genocide, let alone and of course not exploitation of them or anyone else. This is not what we're about. We're pursuing our autonomy. Now then, one of the thoughts, as much as I dislike the provocation and the jostling of interlocutors, it sometimes turns up considerations that need to be addressed and can be addressed. The platform is so solid that things will come together. And the example that I have in mind is when Tiffany yesterday or on Sunday was talking about how we need a religion, and I've always pretty much maintained that. But I I took the step that I would, which was to say, first we need a semblance of unionization. Right, semblance. We need the structure of unionization of our people, and that will structure accountability. And what became interesting to me, interests, what became what connect a connection that emerged in that regard was that accountability and accountability is very much related to the etymology, you can say, of religion. The ligia part of the word religion, the ligaments, which are connecting together the realm, being related to the word king and kingdom and realm, and ligia meaning the ligaments which connect together the realm. So this would go hand in hand with the structuring of accountability will go hand in hand with the means to generate the religious dimension that is free from the Abrahamic imposition on our people, these universalistic impositions, and a religion which can have as a priority and even a central priority the preservation of our biological genus and species of Europeans, and should. And that does not mean, of course, that we we should, because we are concerned with our kind, and it does not mean that we have to be supremacist imperialist and that we cannot have the means for coordinating with other peoples. Coordinating with other peoples. So, well, okay, let me. In fact, because we're accountable to our own, we have the means to be accountable to others. Because we manage our own, we have the means to deal with others who are going to more or less be self-interested as well. So we would not be narcissistically imposing some universalistic idea, or naively even trying to impose some universalistic idea on others who are going to be self-interested and relatively interested in their own kind. Tiffany says, "Hi, Daniel. I think the path to forgiveness is paved by the road of accountability. If we can forgive each other for our weaknesses, we can understand each other better." Yeah, I can agree with that. Forgiveness should not precede accountability. Of course, the structure of accountability can provide for forgiveness, definitely. And yes, I think that I know what you mean. And the thing is that I was talking to my friend Per from Sweden about this. That speaking of, in connection with forgiveness, that the reason we have to put aside calls for violence and vengeance is is not only is it impractical, but it's unnecessary at this point. Um, we have to first of all we have to prioritize our goal. We need to keep our eyes on the goal, which is sovereignty, which is our autonomy, and that getting caught up in vengeance is not likely is likely only to hinder that, but also. Even though it's true that I come up, I derive my concept of the left to begin with some of the most radical white activists who were even, engaged in calls for violence. You have to understand that they were functioning at a time where our people had almost no voice. There was no internet. There was the three networks which were completely controlled, and I understand their desperation totally. And I realize, in retrospect, especially, that those this was an expression of not having any voice whatsoever. We have some a means to voice now, even as much as the internet is censored and our point of view is censored and obfuscated and put into tangles. Um, we have means now to get it out well enough so that if people really want to know and they want the best path for themselves and for our people, then they can find it. Um, I sound a little blasé this early morning for you, I guess. Um, I don't feel blasé. I maybe just um, relaxed. I wouldn't. I don't feel blasé. I'm very much, in fact, concerned about what I'm saying, and I am, in fact, overall enthusiastic because I'm really happy with the way the platform that I set up holds up and makes and continues to make sense. Now, you have to uh, understand that I've been. It is a bit wearing. It's like I'm a tiny bit like not worn down, but just like there's not the flush of enthusiasm that goes along with um, people joining ranks with me right away and taking what I offer on board with the kind of thankfulness that I would expect actually. Quite the opposite. I've been obstructed and antagonized by people, by boomers especially over at Majority Rights who uh, how could I explain this? Well, they GW and Bowery are coming from a STEM perspective and a boomer perspective. STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics kind of predilection on these matters, and wanting, that is a perspective which can be money making, lucrative, and especially if you're a boomer as they are, people born in the early 50s or in early to mid 50s, um, would would be well, you would be doing well, and the world would seem to function very much in accordance with the way things have worked for you, and the problems would be. It would seem to you, or you would want to think that the problem is those you know those in the humanities, and they would be prone to chase the red capes um, that have come out of the humanities, and this is what's happened, that people like GW and Bowery have not wanted to see, that I was taking issues of the humanities and applying them as they're supposed to be applied if you are concerned about European peoples, not as the undergraduates trained by the YKW would do. Um, and I was very surprised that they wouldn't see me as connecting with some of the better um, and valid takes and concerns that they had coming from their more scientific and technical perspective, because it's not mutually exclusive. They think it is because they're so much concerned to so committed to chasing those red capes. It's become part of their autobiography, and that's the idea. Uh, um, in fact, is to keep whites identifying as right wing, and especially since 2008, to keep to have them addressing this characterology of the quote left as the enemy, uh, because and distract them from the underlying concepts of social advocacy and organization that underlie the red caping. Um, and so that seems to be the only plays that are able to fit in. Who fits in, Tiffany? They are villains of the left. Your white male. Hold on a second, Tiffany. I'll explain things maybe a little better. And so, no, it's not. It's not. This is not something that has just happened. It's been orchestrated. This characterology of the left, as the enemy, and the left, the red cape. I think I know what you're talking about now, Tiffany. The red cape that people like Paul Gottfried, want white advocacy to chase is, in this case, would be cultural Marxism. That is to say, political correctness. These unionizations and coalitions of blacks, gays, feminists that are orchestrated against whites, white men in particular, and what was my thought? Yeah, against and so that's what what they want, and they want to keep and maintain white men identifying as right wing in reaction to that, and STEM types in particular are going to be prone, and they have been. Misled a bit by some of them by, say, Mencius Moldbug with his neo-reaction and dark enlightenment stuff, which was aimed at STEM types and confounding the whole critique of modernity, when in fact this distinction between modernity and post-modernity is extremely important to understand for European peoples in order to maintain our inherited forms. And so Bowery, for example, will say to me, "Don't don't talk about modernity," because he thinks that this is like uh, a a disingenuous critique uh, coming from the YKW against the efforts of scientific progress and the white man's way, and so he's been misled by red caping of the cause of, let's say, anti-modernity or post-modernity, and also he would, along with GW from Joint Rights, Barrett literally tried to prohibit me from talking from critiquing Cartesianism. Um, stay far away from it. You're demoralizing our people, he said to me. Well, that is the let's sort of say the starting point, the fundamental starting point of the critique of modernity is a critique of Cartesianism. And it's extremely important to understand. And it's not. I mean, this is where Giambattista Vico, perhaps first, and then following him, Heidegger was going. So it's hardly a kosher thing. Where Heidegger was going with the postmodern / hermeneutic turn. Okay, so let me catch up with what Tiffany's saying. So basically, you're tired of a European. I'm tired of a European as being associated with Proud Boys and wait, no, Tiffany, no. I mean, that's like what I've been talking about is way, just truthfully, way deeper than that. This is I don't even. I barely ever paid attention to the Proud Boys. This is like not even a blip on the radar screen. I'm not tired of. I'm not doing things because I'm tired of things. I'm doing these things because this is the correct platform on taking the best philosophical resources and other trash organizations that these alt-right embarrassing group. Hello, born again heart of it. No, Tiffany. As I said, the alt-right was paleoconservatism 2.0, adding a few tenets to the tentosphere, updating it, trying to make it a more youthful thing. In a sense, a honeypot, basically controlled opposition, in a word, that was commenced with Paul Gottfried, who you asked me about, and then his useful idiot, Richard Spencer. Like I said, to put forth this alternative right tentosphere as an alternative controlled opposition to the to the neocons, rather, who had run their course, which the other kosher opposition, kosher controlled opposition, because they had done what they wanted to do pretty much. They had pursued their Operation Clean Break and wars for Israel, and it was a false conservatism. Really, it was, and that was in tandem with the kind of undercurrent of liberalism that American conservatism was conserving. That strain through that was sort of housed within paleoconservatism beginning with Frank Meyer, but of Reaganism, Thatcher, Judeo-Christianity, uh, uh, Austrian school economics, um, and which was running its course as well. The magic hand, that is to say, uh, of the market, which was actually a largely kosher hand, but of course, working in tandem with any right wingers and liberals who would take the payoff or the license. Uh, Alan Greenspan and Ben Bernanke, culminating in the 2008 financial crisis. So the neocons, having run their course, are going to generate a reaction, and so are the this libertarian Austrian school stuff, and the kosher folks, along with their right wing cohorts, who are really willing to sell out the interests of European peoples, and liberals who just care about themselves. Um, are in a position of unjustified power and influence, and the right wingers and the liberals more on an individual basis, not really accountable to the group. The kosher folks are a little bit better, or a lot better, as it were, in maintaining their group interests. See what's happening, and that people are going to react. An intersection, also a third stream, a third source of concern was not just reaction to neocons, not just a reaction to the destruction of Austrian school economics and the magic hand, but also their anti-white cultural Marxism was going to backfire on them as kosher folks as well. And so here you have Paul Gottfried, for example, and even if he is not like even it's not really the godfather of these ideas and just like the man in control, he is a sterling example of the kind of perspective that's motivated to in concern to do damage control and to stave off the backlash, or rather the correct reaction. Really, Paul Gottfried, this student of Herbert Marcuse, he's concerned to stave off the backlash of that would have white people, European peoples, scratch their head and say, "Wait a minute here." There's this, we're being destroyed and exploited by these elitists, and they're extremely powerful. What do we do? And of course, that means you take measures in social organization and advocacy. You would move towards something towards a white left, ethno-nationalism, to say, and as a means to hold them to account, as a means to organize your own people and hold them to account. And this is what they don't want us to do. I mean, this goes back to Plato in his discussion of how you handle tyrants, and might makes right. What can stand up to the power of an individual tyrant or a narrow group of people is a well organized greater number of people, of course. So, and this is what, of course, some of the more. This is what the people who hate us don't want us to do. and that's or the people who are concerned uh, about a backlash, with not being particularly concerned about our uh, the maintenance of our biological kind. This is what they don't want us to do, and so they've orchestrated this marketing campaign against a characterology of the left, and everybody's doing this, and it's amazing the way people keep invoking Godfrey's name as the good guy, the one of the fathers of this paleoconservatism, which is really bullshit. What it is Enlightenment values combined, which are objectivist, universal values, combined with Judeo-Christianity, which is more universalism and just essentially conserving of liberalism. It's controlled opposition that came from Frank Meyer, a Jewish Trotskyite originally, who was a mentor of President Reagan, and then an ideology pretty much adopted by Pat Buchanan and Joe Sobran. Intelligent guy, but misdirected by his Catholicism. And then Sam Francis was also intelligent. They're all really intelligent. All these right wingers are intelligent, but they're operating on epistemological blunders. And then when Sam Francis died, there was a changing of guard eventually in the National Policy Institute, and Richard Spencer took over and was being mentored by, of course, Paul Gottfried. And you have this paleoconservatism 2.0, the alt-right, which has got, let's see, which is adding Nazi tents, which is adding and of course Christian tents, and basically anything that's antisocial and stigmatic. That became the key to entry, and that's why I never could be part of the alt-right club, even if I wanted to be, which I didn't want to be. So no, it's not, Tiffany. It's not about. It's not about a trivial issue. These are profound differences with a controlled opposition. It's not surprising that it would be that it would culminate in the disaster of Charlottesville, bringing all these reactionaries, these right wingers, these knuckleheads together to their destruction. That's pretty much what would happen, and why people like Metzger and others would, I don't know about others, but people like Metzger would say, like, this is the right wing. Get out of the right. The right wing, and I've diagnosed, and this is I'm satisfied quite correctly, is its depth grammar is objectivism. We're after the truth. We're after pure warrant. We're after facts. We're after nature. Whether it's, or we're after principles. We're after God. Whether it's above human relations in praxis, or below in nature, this is where they're trying to seek a pure and unassailable foundation against the skillful rhetoric of the kosher folks, for largest example, in the social world. The thing is, though, when in seeking these unassailable foundations, which they won't get, by the way, They are, and this in this objectivity that they think that's going to that they hope makes them innocent and pure. Um, they are they are short shrifting accountability. They're moving more and more towards that's just the way it is arguments. This is what this is their ideal. They want to be able to say that's just the way it is. Um, your argumentation is all wet, but it leaves them bereft of accountability, and of course, right wingers and liberals are tempted by that. Their arguments rest on that where they take their license to not be responsible to the people that they truly are indebted to. The kosher folks won't do that. They're smarter than that, than our right wingers and the liberals. And yet, with all the abuses of social advocacy and the red caping, one could understand that reaction. That was my reaction. I'm going to do science in order to hold up to this and pursue the truth, in order to hold up to this abuse of our people, this sophistry. Whereas the left, the depth grammar of the left, on the other hand, is unionization and coalition building in social advocacy. That provides not only the accountability, as Tiffany was connecting with, but also it directs compassion. It relegates compassion appropriately, and has us looking towards our marginals, for example. Whereas when the kosher folks and the anti-white coalitions that they are building are looked upon as the left, they're associated with all these ideas of compassion and decency and flexibility with regard to people as they are in their various forms. But they've got another one of the red capes that Paul Gottfried will wave over this. He's always talking about how the left is the enemy, and he will keep doing that. But another red cape that he will wave at white people and they'll chase is that the left is about equality. Well, not in its depth grammar, and they got white people chasing the red cape of equality, and so they say we're against equality. Well, as I was saying, as Tiffany and I were agreeing, that makes you an asshole. You really are. Imagine that. We're against equality. We're against social justice. We're against these social justice warriors. Think of these red capes that they're holding up, and they got white people chasing. Idiots. And this has not been, this has not been so long that the left, this character of the left, with its social justice concerns, with its equality, doesn't deal with reality. That supposedly doesn't deal with reality. That doesn't deal with reality. It's only been since about 2008. You go back to in the 1990s, and people were talking. They were talking about political correctness, liberalism. As I said, I think I remember one time hearing the enemy called lefties, and that was by Laura Ingraham broadcast. She was during the Clinton debates, or the Clinton-Lewinsky trials. Paul seems to think that Democrats want a single party dictatorship. Well, maybe they do, and um, but he's going to. He's more than others. Him and Cotto are going to present the Republicans as a viable option. This is what he's doing. This is like a Pelican controlled opposition gambit, like um, so. I mean, I could never vote Democrat either. I mean, it's like they put all the social advocacy ideas at the behest of blacks and other and anti-whites, and it's just the Republicans are just these right-wing wealthy clusterfucks who really don't give a shit about our people. So there you go. It's and this, as I was saying, this was WN had been saying for years that there's not a in terms of our interests, there's scarcely any difference between the parties. However, there's scarcely any difference between the parties. The Republicans might be a little dead. It might be a slower death, but it's death nevertheless. They're both based on the American Constitution. They're coming back in the American way, which is all too civic nationalist. Even if that's not what the founders kind of thought would happen and really had in mind. The Articles of Confederation do use the word white, but one time. Okay, coming back to the issues at hand. Then, and Tiffany wants to know one of the reasons I have so much. I have no more patience for Claire Caw, for example, in her wanting to make gender the central issue. I like to tell this to lay out this narrative between of John Locke being the other side. This is where the critique of modernity becomes very important and very central and instrumental. Descartes was on basically moving toward one side of the Cartesian divide beyond nature. Pure mathematics, some Archimedean point, let's say. And John Locke was on the other side of the Cartesian divide. He was an empiricist, trying to find foundations within nature, whereas Descartes was trying to establish foundations beyond nature. Okay, so John Locke looks at the British aristocracy, which is a legacy of the Norman Conquest. Doesn't like it. It's understandable, and it is an injustice even to this day that GW resents and opposes. That's in other words, that's one border that you would want to open, but it's not the same as opening national boundaries. This is a border of elitism within your group that you want to do away with if you want kind of like justice for your people within amongst themselves. Um, so John Locke looked at the aristocracy and resented it. He wanted equal education opportunities for the middle class, especially, and um, and that motivation dovetailed with his newfangled empirical philosophy, which kind of it has history in the Epicureans, the ancient Greek philosophy of Epicurus, which tried to trace everything to physical causes, was very much anti-superstition, anti-tradition for tradition's sake, anti-custom and habit, and wanted to trace everything to physical causes. They traced everything. They coined the term the atom, as the smallest unit of physical of observation. And so John Locke was coming out of that kind of school, and he took the position that dovetailing with his motivation that looking at the British Norman aristocracy, that classifications like the aristocracy were a fiction of the mind. Each individual has the same sensory impressions in their mind, and therefore should be accorded equal rights to any member of the aristocracy. That their group boundaries, in effect, are a fiction of the mind. Now, before discussing how that's kind of wrong, and before even addressing to that, of course, that sounds good to anybody at first blush. It might, and it did to Thomas Jefferson, of course, who was looking to get away from the oppression of British Crown, and so he made that a central component. That became a central component of the American way: individual rights over group classifications. And he'd already written into the American way before Immanuel Kant tried rather desperately to head off the arbitrary damages that would ensue from that empirical philosophy, trying to found a moral philosophy on principles that were unshakable. We call them universal moral principles that could not be shaken in the arbitrary flux that would ensue from the doing away of these classificatory bounds. Okay, so now what Heidegger and the postmodernists would find, of course, and it was true, is that Kant was still Cartesian, and he was still trying to found these principles on a philosophy beyond the correctivity of human nature. And so anyway, and of course, needless to say, that the American let's say destruction was already underway. This Enlightenment idea, this purity spiral, was already of objectivism on the empirical side of individual rights was already underway, and didn't matter so much to begin with, as long as America was largely a country composed of European peoples, and its polity was. However, then Sololinsky style, that is to say, rules for radicals, European Americans were made to live up to their rules. That is to say, the concept of rights was weaponized as, quote, civil rights. The Civil Rights Acts of 1964, which basically prohibited freedom from association for whites, and the concept of anti-racism, of course, which basically, in essence, it means that European people aren't allowed to classify peoples and discriminate accordingly. It's going back to this anti-classification thing of John Locke. Okay, then, so so then you have the disorder that ensues, the vast disorder, and the classificatory bounds and boundaries prohibited. You've got people coming in, pouring into America from everywhere with the Immigration and Naturalization Act of 1965, part and parcel of this, of course, reaction to almost understandable reaction of the kosher folks to the Holocaust and so forth. But not really understandable, because they were punishing people who had come to their side. So anyway, you've got them, destroying the boundaries, the classificatory bounds of whites all over the place, and our women being pandered to and solicited from all angles. Their one-up position in partner selection emerging with increased significance in this disorder, of course. That's one of the categorizations that you can't ignore, is male and female. That's, when you're prohibited categorization or classification, one that's almost impossible to ignore anyway is gender. Though they're trying, with it, but that one is a bit too hardwired. So that becomes amplified in our women. It's even when they're puerile, when they're, when they don't have, when they're not socialized, they're being solicited, they're talked to, they become articulate, they become confident beyond their merit, beyond their years. They become empowered, and this liberalism is, a big advantage for them in the short term. They're choosing men. They can choose men or have children with men that maybe are probably better than they, often better than they deserve as individuals. You could say in some sense of fitness in the short term. All of this, they're doing better in the short term. So the longer term effects are the disaster that we're seeing. But anyway, they become gatekeepers. Not wanting to, the backlash of their licentiousness and their, they become liberal gatekeepers, only letting through men who are pretty much liberal, going to maintain, the open borders and boundaries. And they're pandered to by the kosher folks to do that, of course. And it's a problem. this isn't exactly a matriarchy, but it's not. It's also, and it's also not. Gender is still not the central issue. The borders and the boundaries are the central issue. This idea that classifications are a fiction of the mind is Cartesian. Is a Cartesian fallacy. There are patterns. There is a legitimate biological urge of species to preserve themselves. There are very real patterns among our species, which, to be maintained, require what Heidegger calls a liberation from mere facticity, from the arbitrary flux of the toss. Because in that sense, we are. One can say that the boundaries are a bit of a fiction. They are a social construction. That it is possible, of course, for any people on Earth to interbreed with one another, and therefore, the argument can be made. It's not an argument that any normal person is going to accept, and I'm not going to accept. Therefore, that these distinctions are unimportant and not real. That there's no such thing as the European race or something. So you have, that. So there is that the liberation from mere facticity is necessary to transcend that arbitrary flux and the advantage that our enemies would take of hermeneutics for their anti-white purposes. Well, we are supposed to take what is really our idea to begin with anyway, hermeneutics, and apply it as the end of our systemic maintenance, which would reconstruct our biological kind as we see fit. So that's what hermeneutics does, and this is what STEM boomer reactionary types like Guestworker and Bowery have difficulty, appreciating beyond the red caping of hermeneutics. And even, as I said, Kevin MacDonald has difficulty appreciating that hermeneutics has been red caped. Hermeneutics, by that I mean the distinctly human capacity for not only for language but narrative, and not only language and narrative but concepts, abstracts, organization of ideas that transcend moment, episode, even close personal relationships, and even basic facticity. You can go into all realms of imagination that's necessary, but you can do that and need to do that and need hermeneutics in order to manage the scope of our systems, or imagine the scope of our systems and our history. Hermeneutics is very much about history and perspective therein. Now then, and it moves back and forth from contextualization and orientation as need be into rigorous scientific operational verifiability of facts and so on. Now this is where the platform that I've set forth is great, and very much distinct from this characterology of the left. We are not dealing with nature, facts, principles, truth. What we do, though, and different from the right wing reactionaries, is that we are not making that the basically the almost everything of our identity. We see these concerns as feedback, often crucial feedback, irrespective of our wishes, irrespective of our subjective and relative interests that we need, you know, that we need in order to, as a part of our correctivity, in order to sustain the calibration of our group interests, uh, to maintain its homeostasis, which is synonymous with self-governance, which is synonymous with autonomy, which is synonymous with sovereignty. Um, so what that implies is that we want our we want to aim at uh, rhyming and being harmonious with nature, not going into natural fallacy to where we would move below the corrective and capacities, the and in accountability to our human agency. Um, Natural fallacy being the stuff that Hitler is made of in his Might Makes Right, and an epistemological blunder as such, which is bound to lead to catastrophe. Um, uh, and this is a direction that's being that right wingers and are prone to, those of the STEM and scientific type. It's called science. It can a scientism, that is to say, where you are. It's a bad application of science, or a misapplication, or misapplication of science, or bad science altogether. Um, okay, now I need to take a momentary break. I'll be back in about 40 seconds. I suggest to anybody who's come late to listen to the early parts of the show, and I'll be right back. Okay, back. Now then, talking about hermeneutics again as basically the hermeneutic turn, the postmodern turn, being a correction to modernity and the Cartesian estrangement, as Heidegger might have called it. Now, because they're chasing the red cape, ridiculous exaggerations of hermeneutics that the kosher academics, they're tenured in conversation with 18 to 24-year-old paying undergraduates in perpetuity, because this stuff gives them something to say, pretty much, as customers in this big business of selling talk. But what hermeneutics is not supposed to do is to be anti-science. It's supposed to be critical of scientism, bad science, bad application of science, but it's not anti-science, and it's not anti the other other anti-Cartesian end, which is emergentism. GW is big on emergentism, and that's fine. What's not fine is his looking at hermeneutics as if it's either or to emergentism, the hermeneutics being the other anti-Cartesian perspective that Heidegger takes for what's not okay is seeing that as mutually exclusive, especially if you're not setting yourself up as an expert of Heidegger, which GW does. These things are complementary and not mutually exclusive, but mutually necessary. Emergentism being the qualities and abilities and trajectory that will be expressed and come forth through our genetics, through our evolution, both individually and, as Joel Davis called my attention to, through our group patterns as well. They will express a kind of teleology, you might say, and which in its fruition is very complex and multi-interactive, such that the emergentism makes a special point of not being reductionist, but it also makes a special point of not being Cartesian. Now, Heidegger when he's talking about emergentism, talks about holding fast, how holding fast to what's authentically yours, your emergent qualities, and not being prone to get sucked into the they of of social misdirection. And that's profound advice, darn good advice. But, and there's a big but here, and this is where people like Semiagog and Guessworker go wrong, in that they want to get below hermeneutics altogether, as if it is complete unnecessary artifice, and get back to, I don't know what Basin called mood signs, almost like an animal marking its territory, and like that, and treat humans not as they are, which is being born as unfinished creatures, very much in need of the guidance of their parents and social connections beyond, with resources and understanding facilitated through language and narrative and history. But just like, being born with, complete and ready to themselves, which is totally absurd. But this is kind of like what GW is like trying to do. He wants to get back to that purity, or at least he wants to see the foundation of all there and only there. And despite calling himself Heideggerian, ignoring the whole crucial fact of hermeneutics being necessary to not only complete but really found this process. It's deeper than GW wants to pretend that he's the deep one. Actually, no. The Aristotelian perspective that Heidegger was relying on is the deeper perspective, where this is Heidegger talks about being thrown into this arbitrary empirical melee that it's not quite enough to hold fast to what we are, that we need, in addition, a liberation from the arbitrariness of mere facticity. Holding fast, you hold fast to your corporeal self, yes, in adherence to its, what you can say is authenticity. Authenticity is not a funny word in that sense of your corporeal self. Just as coherence is not a funny word when you talk about your autobiographical self and your group narrative in history, coherence thereof, and liberation from mere facticity allows you to draw boundaries and to say, okay, it is a fact that we can intermarry, interbreed with others. That doesn't mean, though, that we're without warranted assertability and operational verifiability, even, that there are significant and profound differences, patterns, that we want to maintain for the sake of our human ecology, for the sake of preserving our genus and species. Thank you very much. I understand that you don't care, but, well, we do. Anyway. Okay, so with the liberation from mere facticity, we're elevated from the arbitrary confusion, from the flux into narrative coherence. And with narrative coherence, we have the means for accountability, because we can refer back to the positions we've taken priorly and say, there you go, there's our account. And with that, we can establish our agency. Yes, I'm the cause of this because I set forth this principle and I stick to it. I'm not subject to, the impacts and twists and turns of strictly and only, that is to say, of that which is around me. Okay, so then you have accountability and agency with hermeneutics, and the capacity to correct our patterns and our emergent forms, individual and group. It's not obviously not mutually exclusive to emergent, the other anti-Cartesian idea of emergentism. You see, this is all coming into how postmodernity is supposed to work. Unlike, what people are being told. That's all about Foucault and Derrida and all this shit. So you have this capacity for ongoing systemic correctivity through accountability, right? And that is synonymous again with homeostasis, with which is approximately synonymous with autonomy and sovereignty. And again, coming back to what some of us see as the unfortunate fact of having to draw boundaries, or, that our people just don't automatically do what we want them to do. There is that, okay? And yes, our enemies can and have taken advantage of the fact that those boundaries can be argued against. Well, it's it's a social construct. You put that line down. It doesn't mean you can't intermarry and with outgroups, and we can't cross that line. Yeah, we're putting that line down there, and there's a slight modicum of arbitrariness to the chagrin of someone like Semyagogue, but there also comes with that fact of our putting the boundary line down, the borderline down. We're establishing agency again and accountability. We're establishing agency and accountability there, and therefore warranted assertability through the coherence and the human ecological maintenance and responsibility to that and pervasive ecology. So you begin to see how this works, and I hope that you're beginning to understand why understanding properly the concept of postmodernity, what I call white postmodernity, is so important. These concepts were originally conceived to defend indigenous peoples against the ravages of modernity's universalism. It's Cartesian, void of accountability. It's narcissism, incapacity for coordination, or it's putting coordination with groups with very different and incommensurate perspectives aside, because it doesn't really see those differences as important. But and of course, it's connected. Modernity is connected with, in some sense, with the Abrahamic religions, which are universal as well. Which is why I see them as poison and something that we have to reject in the interests of our peoples. Now then, so the destruction of modernity was ascertained, and the realization, of course, that it was destroying our inherited forms, as it would, of course, through Locke's prohibition of classification, taken to an extreme and weaponized, especially on behalf of individual rights, was seen as destroying our people. And the hermeneutic postmodern turn necessary to sustain even even European people, against the ravages of modernity, and recognizing that what's new was not necessarily going to be progress and not necessarily good, and what was traditional not necessarily bad. And there's the modernist paradox: be different so that you can fit in. And you barely finish the celebration for what's new, and then before it's old, and you have to come up with some other innovation in order to be hip and cool again. Be different so that you can fit in. The modernist paradox. That's not to say, and the hi Norman. That's not to say that. That's not to say that. That's not to say again, of course, that all tradition is good either, and part of what the postmodern position, the re-centralizing, as Aristotle would have it, of our people group as the central worldview. That's not to say that all traditions, ours or others, are good. There's going to be highly antagonistic ethnocentrisms, and not just the kosher one. It's going to be, or it could be the Chinese, it could be other Middle Easterners, the Arabs. It could be blacks. It could be any other group could be ethnocentric and antagonistic to us in a way that we have to be on guard on. So we have to be more sophisticated than adopting mere traditions, especially when they're false. They're traditions which are affectations to us, as Christianity clearly is an affectation. And like Bowery says, it's the Bible is the controlled opposition, the controlled media of yesteryear. So we want to be able to partake of that aspect of modernity as white postmodernists, which would shed these pejorative traditions, like Christianity, of course, while not adopting other modernist universalistic nonsense, let alone Islam as Clark Hall would have it, and let alone suffering under the yoke of the kosher folks as they might have it. Bring on Norvin? I might in a moment. I'll bring on Norvin in a minute. Why not? So you begin to see what's meant. I wanted to, before I bring on Norvin, though, I want to address one of the more important red capes of postmodernity, and how just white nationalists are almost invariably getting suckered is in a misrepresentation of social constructionism. Few guys, one Macedonian guy, beginning to glean onto a bit of that. He's talking about how we're born incomplete. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's it. That's a huge part where we are born into a social world. Maslow's hierarchies, as he conceives it, would say that there's the basic needs first. Food and shelter and you're not going to have that as a date without your parents, who are in turn not going to have their existence without something of a social network around them, right? So the social world is preeminent in any relevance for us. It goes back to the old question of, if a tree falls in the woods, and there's nobody there to hear it, does it make a noise? And the best philosophical answer in a sense of people who care about human beings and our own especially, is that it might make a noise, but it doesn't matter for all it would be relevant. If there's nobody there to talk about it, it doesn't even matter. So there you have the germination of the social constructionist perspective, which I want to read this from my site so that I don't miss anything here, because this is a few basic points about social constructionism, which are constantly being misrepresented by the likes of Jared Taylor's as like, oh, they think that race is some kind of optical illusion. He doesn't understand social constructionism, or doesn't want to understand it, or something. I don't know what his problem is, but anyway. And social constructionism is very important, along with the whole white postmodernist program. Is very important for European peoples to understand, especially since we are more individualistic and more Augustinian in our nature. That's to say, we follow the Maxwell's demon, concerned with the demon of nature, natural challenges, as opposed to the social group challenges that the Middle Easterns do, the Manichaean challenges, which causes them to develop trickery in the Mossad's idea of wage war by deception, or the Islam notion of taqiyya, tricking people, deception. So especially because we can be a bit naive in our predilection, though it makes us great scientists, we can be a bit naive in our predilection to attend to nature and science and this sort of thing, and we're not as ethnocentric. We're more individualistic. Hold on just a second. I'm in trouble. That's all the more reason why we need what it is that social constructionism is intent on doing, which is calling attention to the fact, not the imagination, but the fact of our social connections and indebtedness in our very being and our very existence. Reconstruct the accountability to that we so badly need. And why? I don't know. The people are so, they call me an imbecile, can you imagine? Won't see this. It can only, be attributed to A, there's stupidity on the one hand, and B, the success of the red caping, the exaggeration of these ideas by the kosher folks, and and liberal academics who are trying to get in their good graces and climb the ladder that way. So where are we? Okay. Very, very, very important. That because social construction, this is going to our agency. How this is part and parcel of our capacity for to establish homeostasis and autonomy and sovereignty for our people from from the deception. Now, so we're being told, let me quote from a good guy going by the name of Manson Black. What is new is that, he says, what is new is that we've been told that sex is more or less a social construct, and that for this, the scientific evidence is incontrovertible. I know, of course, that's absurd, but that is an abuse of the concept of social constructionism. Because social constructionism, like hermeneutics, is meant to undo Cartesianism. And if you think that you can just make of yourself whatever you want, despite your biological sex. This is not social. This is not, this is your, uh, some fantastic imagining that you can propose, but very few people are going to agree with you. Let's say. Uh, so social construct. I say in response to this representation of the misrepresentation of social construction. Social constructionism is an important concept which has been red caped. It has been red caped as solipsism, which is the idea that an individual can make of themselves or a group whatever bizarre speculation that they like. How is that social? It isn't. Not for long. That's the red cape that the right wing ultracast chases as a characteristic of, quote, the left. 57 genders from outer space to choose from. Race is an optical illusion, etc. However, to allege that sex differentiation and gender are mere solipsistic choices, a mere social construct, is not socially warranted. A mere becomes the operative word. It is Cartesian, as it denies the empirical reality of sex differentiation and the practical complementarity of gender roles, a reality which the vast majority of people will subscribe to for the sake of their survival, if nothing else. But as Cartesian, it is not social constructionist. It reverses the raison d'etre of social constructionism, which is to deal with the modernist Cartesian estrangement, detachment that doesn't deal with our social interactive reality, attentive defense of our groups, for example, genders and race, against ravages of modernity, particularly as weaponized by the YKW. Rather, social constructionism corrects this by engaging the interactive process, and let's add emergence to include GW's important non-Cartesian emphasis, through emergentism, though emergentism was never shunned by social constructionism proper. Social constructionism proper maintains that there are four aspects of social construction always entailing at least a modicum of agency. One, the more literal, as in constructing a building together. You're constructing a building together. Two, the metaphoric, as in the parents constructing a child, quote, constructing a child with the help of some sort of input from any number of people around them at present and historically. Three, the hermeneutic to manage the non-Cartesian process of inquiry between rigor and imagination, as need be, to facilitate systemic maintenance, individual and group. Hermeneutics is necessary for the liberation of modernity's mere facticity and the arbitrary episode into coherence, liberation from the arbitrary episode, and move into coherence and accountability for both individual and to follow the historical expanse and temporal systemic breadth of our people. The post hoc attribution as to how facts count. This is very important. This is where, everything can, and I would say should be, looked upon as a social construct. It doesn't say, social constructionism doesn't say that they're not facts and nature and reality, but it maintains that you always have at least that post hoc capacity to say or agree with how facts come to count. The guy may think that guy might think he's a woman, but he has a weenie and a Y chromosome. That's a fact, and for us as sane people, that means that he cannot use the ladies' room. Of course, the bizarre gender stuff is a red cape to make the concept of social constructionism didactically repulsive to whites, to dissuade our people from it, to say that it's what the lefties do, those social people for their from their sociology classes. That's GW is so red caped by all this stuff, he can't get over that, the abuse of sociology, which again is like, sociology it's one of the most relevant disciplines in that its unit of analysis is the group, and a race is a group. And to say you're against sociology is like saying you're against the telescope, whereas you only want to use the microscope to look at, whatever genetic issues. And it's not. Furthermore, it's not. These perspectives are not mutually exclusive. Anyway, they want to dissuade our people with these red capes. It's what the left does. These social people for their sociology classes, those quote social justice warriors. But to overreact to the red cape, to react to the deterministic extreme of scientism reduces our agency, keeps us rigid, rationally blinded, susceptible to infiltration, low on social accountability and correctability, and that is thus manipulable. This is one of the big motivations for our antagonists to keep us identifying as right wing. It's inherently unstable, these rigidities, and this for the narrowing of accountability in objectivism, or the quest for pure warrants above or beyond nature. It keeps us rigid, and it also leaves us vulnerable to entryism, this purity spiral. And we say it's all in Jesus and Christianity, and Jewish people can become Europeans if they only convert. You see, there's a part of the motivation for the Paleocon thing, the stuff that Paul Godfrey is doing. And my God, everybody keeps citing this guy as like a great thought leader of our cause. It's amazing how stupid. Extreme reactions, of course, also serves our enemies by frightening away normal people, as it is antisocial. With its antisocial lack of balance, real-world judgment, as the phronesis, humaneness, and accountability, and it threatens them. They say that's just the way it is. Why do you think that some people are like really afraid of someone like Jared Taylor, even despite what his friendliness to the kosher folks? There's a reason for it. The scientific reaction can, in fact, become a living nightmare, as it can become an impervious, unaccountable founding principle in the case of dictatorships and misdirected war. So thus, this white postmodern concept of social construction, and properly understood, is meant to provide some agency. But it comes at the price of social accountability, meaning that you cannot simply make of yourself or a group of people just anything, not having any empirical lines of distinction. Indeed, how would that be social if you decide that you made it up? With that properly managed, it entails coherence through hermeneutic liberation from the mere arbitrary facticity, rife of modernity, providing instead coherence, correctability, homeostasis is self-corrective systems, agency, warrant, including to negotiate niche ecology. It's important to both individuals and groups to have this concept in order to maintain what capacity for systemic homeostasis, self-correction, and governance that we do have, even an authentic as opposed to arbitrary reaction to moment, episode, and relationships. Holding fast to emergent beings' authenticity is facilitated. It is an especially necessary concept for white people to understand, given our susceptibility to social group dissolution and propensity for individualism, and to take on our natural scientific challenges rather than social group challenges, e.g. trickery. It is necessary to fight off deterministic concepts thrown at us by our enemies. the opposite of social constructionism. Our adversaries will also use determinism against us, such as migration flows. In a conference that I organized, a coach and professor said, use the term immigration flows, and I found it very offensive because I knew what this was doing. It was making migration sound like it was a force of nature that we didn't have any agency in regard to, and also the whole idea of a flow had this kind of soothing, hypnotic sound to it that really offended me. I think that Greg Johnson tried to steal this idea from me without accrediting it to me, but well, whatever. So it happens like immigration is supposed to happen like a force of nature when you talk of it that way. That must be accepted as a mere fact about which nothing can be done other than acceptance. Do you see? Whereas social constructionism always sees the agency somehow, even in facts, and in determining how facts come to count. Okay, there can be moments. Let's grant, emergence. It's moments. I look at a woman and I see her as beautiful. There are things in my inborn nature that are just like immediately reacting without too much in the way of social influence. But there is some social influence in what I'm paying attention to, but even more so, there's social influence in my coevolution that would be attuned to that as beautiful. So it doesn't have to be accepted as about a mere fact in which nothing can be done other than acceptance. Coming back to immigration, acquiescence to deterministic arguments where it serves our. We don't have to acquiesce to our to deterministic arguments where it serves our adversaries' interests. Nor where they might say that they're vastly overrepresented at Harvard because of their IQ or HBD, not because of group nepotism. It's also necessary to fight off the allegation that our freedom is being threatened as such. They are trying to take away our individuality when our individuality will be destroyed without a group structure to facilitate it somewhere along the line. Oh, what was his name? The Russian kid's name that was talking the other day from Pennsylvania. Not Ivan. I forget the kid's name. He's only like 16 or 17 years old or something like that. But he was making a point that we don't want to lose the concept of individual protection of individual something like rights as well, and that's true, and that's what paradigmatic conservatism does. And he was getting to that, is that when we have our boundaries, the idea is that we want our individual liberties to be relatively free and not inundated with accounts requested, like the Stasi or something like that. Certainly not. And that's true. That's a point, and it's a point that might be lost with all my the attention that is given and need be given, that I'm giving anyway, to our social group concerns that we still want to maintain. We need to kind of retool the notion of individual rights so that it's a bit more that it connects a bit better with the source of individuality in interaction and human relations. It becomes significantly autonomous, hopefully, after a point, between childhood and near death, but it still uh, it still needs to acknowledge. It needs to be socially accountable. In a word. Okay, so let me read this final paragraph, then I'll look to see if there is anybody who wants to join me. Our enemies have red caped social construction so that right-wing reactionaries chase the misrepresentation and miss the facilitation of social interactive agency and the vital social organizing function. The YKW are always looking to disrupt functioning organizational homeostasis. They keep right-wingers chasing after the misrepresentation, and right-wingers might feel clever. See, scientists can look at a skeleton and determine what race and sex it is immediately, as if they've discovered, as if they've disproved social constructionism. What they've done is disproved the red cape and helped the YKW to obfuscate the important concept, which would not deny that factually there are empirical differences between a skeleton that can show the difference between races, but only that maintain the agency to say how those factual differences come to count. Okay. So then, we have a grand total of 2 people still there. For those who've left, I recommend that you listen back because you apparently don't know what you're missing. Really, I'm not merely patting myself in the back. I know what I'm talking about. I'll put there's the link there if anybody wants to join me, and I'll stretch my leg back because it was in a weird position. Okay. Tiffany was here. Northern was here. Elliot Blatt was here. Born again Harapan, who I think isn't he the Pakistani guy living in Canada? Tiffany showed me her ancestry, genetic reading. She's not Jewish. I momentarily suspected of her of that for the way she was defending Claire Call. I was like, why would you so assiduously defend Claire Call? But I think it's just basically because she's new to this. Maybe even hearing some things that Claire Call is kind of lifting from me. Claire Call will do this gaslighting. What she'll take something I'll say and then say that, like, I'll talk about moral orders, and she'll say, well, Daniel doesn't understand that moral orders are important. I'll talk about monogamy, and she said, well, Daniel doesn't understand that a monogamy in marriage is important. I mean, really. She wants to, Claire Call wants to make gender the central issue. Gender is not the central issue. Race is the broadest abstract concern, and it is because we're under attack on those grounds with anti-racism. That means European people, in a word. That is what white people are. White is just a tag that is applied to European peoples because it would be awkward to apply it to call them European in diaspora. You don't call a white person in America a European for obvious reasons, or in Australia you don't call them a European. You call them white, and especially if they're kind of mixed European. So anyway, as we begin to assert the fact that this platform is anti-supremacist, it's anti-imperialist, it categorically rejects Nazism. It doesn't see it as necessary to kill anybody, only of course in defense, the same as anybody would maintain. It doesn't seem necessary to kill anybody, let alone to genocide anybody. Doesn't deny the Holocaust. Doesn't we don't look to exploit others. You can negotiate for what we need. On these solid grounds, we can begin to organize to take on submissions of their of genetics from various peoples who are in as much saying that they want to preserve this kind, our kind, our species and genus, and we can begin to unionize this concern of ours. And now there's a genetic difference between Jewish people and European people, and that doesn't mean that we are, this. Tiffany wants to know why I'm so averse to Claire Call. Let me give you one example. In one of the chats, Claire Call tried to say that I wanted to that I was calling for the deportation of Jews. I never said that. So she's up to no good, trying to get me into trouble. She tried to associate me with the term apartheid. Do you see? Tiffany, please understand. So anyway, or she wanted to say that I was the same as National Socialism, which is the disingenuous euphemism for Nazism. So anyway, and it's not a thing that is intent on eugenics and purity per se. We can help to maintain, and want to maintain, our purer kinds, of course, but we can also deal with gray areas and mixes. We'll have to necessarily take on that sophistication. As far as stuff like eugenics, things like this will come about naturally in human ecology enough. What you want to do is stave off the extremes, to where you're not so compassionate. And I am guilty of erring in this direction of being too nice and helping people who didn't deserve it, to say the least, and being burned by their just the spitefulness of their mutantness, as Dutton would say. That literally happened to me. You can't. Some people are just inconsolable, and there's other people who really will take advantage. It's like they're struggling, and they'll have 15 kids at your expense or something. So that comes into the realm of accountability, and there's ways to keep that to a minimum, and also to help people who are more successful to pair up and have children, but not trying to pluck out variables and exaggerate them in some way that might have unforeseen consequences against the profundity of our evolution, and overlook, in fact, things that are hidden within the depths of our evolution in types that might not seem all that great in cursory inspection. So this management of our human ecology and this preservation of our genus and species, though it is genetically based, is not purist. It's not any kind of egregious eugenicism. Okay. I'm liking my platform, if I just say so myself. Uh, and again, it's to say that I'm against Nazism and I don't, and I reject Holocaust denial is not being anti-German and I'm not anti-German. I'm not anti-German nationalism. I'm not anti-Germans in diaspora. You know, maintaining their culture at all. I advocate all Europeans, genus and species. Germans being one species of European. They are in the broad genus my people. Um, and the Holocaust denial. I'm sorry. I see it as totally unnecessary. Uh, the objective, obviously, is to not be blamed or not be punished and blamed for this and penalized for it. And there are grounds in place already to not feel guilty and be punished for uh, what prior generations did. The problem is that these guys want to they want to blame people from the Allies side and people who uh, were born of folks who were uh, on the other side of Hitler, as if that they're as if they're to blame, as if they're the bad guys. It's absurd, and this is the a grievance that I have with academic agent, who is has this kind of like kitsch meme that totally goes along with the marketing campaign against the left that he calls the boomer truth regime. It doesn't even sound good. It sounds hokey. It sounds exactly like very like ham-fisted meme from that somebody like Mike Enoch would bandy. um, Academic agent wants to say that the boomers, they wanted to propose that Hitler and Nazism were the greatest evil. That's their truth. Well, he is talking as someone who's a newcomer to white nationalist concerns, and he is thinking in terms of the mainstream media, controlled by the kosher folks, where that in that media, for those boomers who were part of that, that might have been the posited as the ultimate evil, but for 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 those of us who are looking at the world necessarily from an alternative perspective and trying in a way to listen to people for as much as we can stand it, who are covering who are concerned with the same issues that we are, to largely antagonism from the kosher folks, and our problems with having other alien peoples imposed upon us as Europeans, as European peoples in Europe or diaspora. That perspective, the quote white nationalist perspective, it's not the white advocates perspective, has been within that perspective, and the the news is filtered through that perspective. There's a different boomer truth regime. The real boomer truth regime in that perspective is one quite the opposite, where they're constantly saying, where you almost don't dare criticize Hitler. Can you believe? These are the ones who are saying that, oh, we're about truth. Let me tell you, they want to say they'll tell you the truth, and and go into all this Holocaust denial and how Hitler was great. David Duke will tell you about how David Duke was making all these offers of peace, and and that's the truth. Pat Buchanan, he knows what it's all about, and David Irving, they'll tell you what it's, and just all this shit, and it's just poisoned with dishonesty and this and antagonism and inter-European antagonism. This right-wing boomer truth regime, which is the real problem. The problem isn't that we have to where we exaggerate the guilt of the Germans and don't see the destruction coming out of America and other European countries, through the Enlightenment. Otherwise, the problem is for white nationalists is, as much as anything, this not only downplaying but redemptionism of Hitler and Nazism. You're not going to organize. You're not going to rally. You're not going to successfully organize European peoples under that rubric. It's going to create divide and conquer. It's going to stigmatize us, and rightfully so, as supremacists, imperialists, German imperialists, really, stuck in natural fallacy, unaccountable natural fallacy, and scaring people, rightfully so, for that imperviousness, for that lack of accountability, for that lack of correctivity. And as I've said, you have a susceptible market for that right-wing boomer truth regime in America of, the vast part of white Americans being German American that could be susceptible to want to see Hitler and Nazism is not that bad. They, they would have pushed directly back from the guilt trips laid on their head by political correctness. And the Irish are the second biggest white group in America because, they have a historical conflict with the English, but also because, because their nation was not in the path of the Nazi wrath. There's others, of course, some Italians, of course, are going to be Italian Americans, but they're a much smaller group than the Germans and Irish, which comprise this big market and also and paying audience to these right-wing, these pandering right-wing boomers. They create their internet bubbles. And it's encouraged by the kosher folks, of course, because they know that the association with Nazism is going to stigmatize white ethno-nationalism and create divide and conquer. That's why, even though I offered to be interviewed by politically provoked, they won't interview me. But they will interview, Nazi, OV, fuck you. He's okay with them because he's a stupid asshole. They'll interview, who's that guy from, Thomas Sewell from Australia, because he's making his Hitler salutes and like saying, gonna say how he wants to, he thinks that we should adhere to nature and Hitler. Um, they so this is not so. Academic agent is showing his dilettante colors when he cites that as the problem, as is someone like Millennial Woes when he will try to push me aside and cast me aside as somehow a troublemaker because I don't want Vivian Veritas defining our terms for us. He Millennial Woes, who is actually, uh, he admits now to being a e-celeb, which is kind of like saying pretty much that he wants that. He values that. Maybe. And so he's in this box wherein a characterology of the left is the enemy, and identifying as right wing or neither alt right or neither right nor left, anything but the depth grammar of the left, white unionization of or ethno-nationalism, anything but that. In coalition building, anything but letting someone like me be deemed with any sort of legitimacy, because whatever, I might demote his e-celeb. Even though, well, look, if he wasn't antagonistic to me, I would not make a big deal out of his some pretty unsavory aspects of his past. I say this to con-ops. I asked, well, here's the eternal question: who has had sex with more men, con-op's girlfriend or Millennial Woes? I tried. I tried it because I really, I don't. Millennial Woes said that he had more sex with more men than that he can remember the name of. It's like that's just, I don't know. As a man, unless you're a unless you're really, an inborn homosexual somehow and gonna stick to that, I can't conceive of it. It's like, you just don't do that. Greg Johnson, he is what he is, I guess. Anyway. And con-ops, he is what he is. Some sort of liberal monster. That's the kind of guy that these pandered to puerile women, pig women, will let through their gate as gatekeepers. It's people like con-ops that will try to antagonize me and try to say that I am. What are you trying to say? That I'm being cruel by not accepting women who a woman who might have a child with a black. Well, no, what I'm doing is not cruel and inhumane, because I the rule structure as I set forth would apprise people beforehand that our group is about maintaining our species, and therefore, and those who are in our group are there by consent that this is what we're about. They do not have our consent to introduce alien genetics. So we will allow for, unfortunately, we'll try to, we'll apprise beforehand and of course, explain how and why it is that we think that they should not do this, but nevertheless, a woman is free to leave and go to Nigeria, say, and have offspring with a Nigerian, but she is not. But in accordance with our rule structure, she would lose membership to our group and forfeit that. But she'd be apprised beforehand that that's what she's doing. It's not going to be something she's surprised by, and she would not, and ConOps would not be able to impose this evil of, impose her upon us in her and her offspring upon us in involuntary contract, involuntary servitude to that mixed being. And if they did try, then they would be the supremacists. They would be slave master, and we have the right to defend ourselves against that evil that ConOps is trying to inflict on us. Now then. No, these ideas are all in, and the DNA nations are all in the virtual space, and the great advantage of its proceeding through the platform as I've set forth is that we are not hindered by associations with Nazism, Holocaust denial, supremacism, imperialism, genocide, a lack of accountability, a lack of social compassion, eugenics even. We're not espousing. That is to say, we're on solid moral ground. And even if somehow they construe it as illegal or something, to try to take me or the platform down, really they would be, you can say wrong, I can say wrong, they would be the immoral ones. And what I'm saying is I am certainly willing to take a stand here in this cause, in this pursuit, in this means of pursuing European autonomy for European genus and species. And furthermore, I've heard some people express hesitancy. Oh, I don't want to submit my DNA. Well, I hate to say it, but I would look upon that as cowardly as well. I'm willing to take a stand on this, and I think that anybody should be. We are trying to preserve a genus and species. What is wrong with that? Yes, there are going to be other people who don't care, and we're not saying that they have to. They can go and pursue other interests, and we will find ways to deal with those incommensurate concerns, as we must. That does not make any less valid our concern for the maintenance of our genus and species. Now then, you might say, well, people are just going to intermix, and that's the way it is. Well, they're not just going to. I mean, a lot of people on our side will say that there's heavy inclination to stick to their own, and that's fine. And that also does not, that some of our people will just kind of stick to their own, maybe. That still doesn't undo the significance of dealing with our hermeneutic, dealing with misdirection of rule structures, which would direct our people away from homeostasis, and also with the concern for reconstruction. If people would do this almost automatically, well, that's fine. That doesn't mean that social constructionism and hermeneutics aren't necessarily engaged at all. These might be easier cases, is all. Okay, so if there was nobody wants to join me, let me take a step back for a second. There's the link if anybody wants to join. But I'm really glad that I never see these millennials in their internet bubbles being fed an umbilical cord of right-wing bullshit and lies from the right-wing boomer truth regime, quote truth regime, are the ones who are becoming quote instant experts beyond all experience in reality testing, buffered in their internet bubbles. They'll say, oh yeah, they'll get into their Holocaust denial and talking about how Hitler was supposedly wonderful and a man of peace and all this crap. Everything was Roosevelt and Churchill's fault, and no fault of Hitler whatsoever. The poor Germans were the Versailles Treaty was so unfair, and these right wingers think that they have they think they have their ways of understanding these things which are so flawless. Well, James Bowery, for the many good ideas that he has, and important ideas that he has, that I freely adopt and give him credit for, also has some limitations for his overcompensation in empirical direction. And what I mean specifically, he tried to go there recently. He tried to force me into a position, and he realized it was going to fail. But anyway, he once said to me that the concept of voting with your feet and to form human communities would have resolved the Danzig issue and the issues of the corridor and the plebiscites in those areas disputed by the Germans, and that was said by them, and even in some, surprisingly, in mainstream historical sources, will say that these areas were taken from Germany, as if history starts in 1791, never acknowledging the fact that Frederick the Great and his son actually took these areas from Poland. And rarely acknowledge the fact that, or they don't emphasize the fact that Danzig wasn't exactly taken from Germany by the Versailles Treaty, but it was made neutral. That is to say, it wasn't given to Poland either, right? Okay. So, the population of Danzig between World War I and World War II may at that time have been like 90+% German, was 90% plus German. And so if they voted, they probably would have voted to become strictly part of Germany again, not a neutral city. And from the limited perspective, void the hermeneutic perspective, the historical perspective, that would have, quote, solved the problem, quote, justly. The Versailles Treaty was exercising a rationale, actually, which recognized that historically Danzig was a disputed history, and that at times, including in its heyday, it was a Polish city. In ancient times, it was a kind of Germanic city. At times, it was a neutral city. Other times, it was German again, or Teutonic and German again, Bamberg. The point being that the Versailles Treaty had a rationale. I'm not talking about the economic stuff, which Professor McMillan and others will tell you was a bit exaggerated in its punitiveness, and a little less sympathy is given than might otherwise to the bitterness that, say, the French might feel, which would make them, kind of punitive. But the economic issues, aside, let's even say that they were heavy-handed and wrong. The territorial issue, which was Hitler's main bone of contention after all, was actually, there were rational grounds for it. And that's all I wanted to say. There were historical rational grounds for the way that the lines were drawn to give Poland access to the sea, to make, Danzig into a neutral city, because it had historically been disputed, it had been neutral at times, so that seemed to be the halfway solution. All the cities that went over to Poland were majority Polish anyway, and had been Poland as recently as 123 years ago, before rather. So there was, and Poznan in particular was the ancient Polish capital, the birthplace of Polish nationhood. So there was a rationale to it that's not recognized in those who want to say that the way of Versailles, took 13% of German territory. Well, it took away 13% of German imperialism and incursion onto German nationalism. And I'm not saying that this represents an absolute truth either. It just represents a rationale. And when I came to test the waters to see how that was going to be dealt with by the likes of OV fuck you, this idiot uh, Nazi and others, they jumped all down my throat. Oh, your little corridor! You've said enough. You got to take a back seat to people like Tom White who know everything. He's in his internet bubble, being fed by the right wing boomers, being told how righteous that Hitler was in his cause, and how because I go by my mother's maiden name, I must be motivated by Polish chauvinism and just can't see the goodness of Hitler and all this crap. So anyway, so in showing Bowery the limitations of, or actually the advantages of hermeneutics, that it can engage the historical justice of land claims and not just the immediate situation that his empirical take would have on it. I think that he was a bit flustered in, and trying to suggest in his most recent comment at Majority Rights that I would insist upon staying in a place that was contested and stubbornly, and thereby causing war when a plebiscite and people voting with their feet would resolve it. None of that true. I am willing to sort in ways that are mutually amenable, and really Hitler was the one who was not willing to stay within his boundaries. He was the imperialist. Again, Danzig was neutral. It wasn't. There were problems there, of course, because they let the Poles control the post office and some immigration things or so. I don't know. But still, the idea was well meant, and Poles did take over and develop really well the adjacent city of Gdynia. The Poles had provided. The Poles were the ones who proposed the idea of the highway from Germany through Gdansk and over to Kaliningrad or East Prussia. And maybe the Germans didn't like the idea of the Poles setting up tolls or something. But truly, sea access was crucial for Poland. So that little corridor, which were mostly Polish cities anyway, and that had historically been the cause, even from Hitler's god, Hitler's idol, Frederick the Great. He said that if you allow me to close off this access to the sea, then I'll choke off Polish nationhood, which is what he wanted to do. Now, Frederick the Great was an imperialist who basically quelched Polish nationhood for 123 years. And Hitler was Frederick the Great on steroids, of course. He wanted to take over up to the Urals and wipe away these national identities between to his east, and turn those into slaves who he could not reassimilate as Germans. He didn't have to do that. The argument that someone like Mark Webber will make, or was supposed to do Greg Johnson, is trying to hold up as like some paragon of truth seeking, that Hitler, did what he had to do to hold up to communism, and he was so willing to cooperate with the Poles. No, he wasn't. Frederick the Great hated the Poles and the people to his east, and so did Hitler. He didn't just hate the Jews. And what I mean was he didn't have to attack eastward because Poland and Ukraine and Belarus too, all, and Lithuania and Latvia and Estonia, all hated the Soviet Union. None of them wanted to be imposed upon by the Russians. All of them, historically and certainly in the case of the Soviet, and were not only willing to fight, had fought and defeated the Soviets. What at Warsaw, and what thanks did they get from Hitler? They had Warsaw turned into a parking lot. So no, I don't respect Hitler. No, he was not a reasonable man. He was an imperialist and a supremacist. Might makes right, and borders are not established by negotiation, but by forceful imposition. That's the way he thought. Now you say, on the other hand, well, would the Poles and others have attacked and destroyed Germany? I don't think successfully. Not on moral grounds. And if they tried, then the Germans would have had warrant to call upon England to come to their defense. Others to come to their defense. And furthermore, trying to attack Germany and destroy, you're really on a fool's errand. You're going to probably going to get your ass kicked if you even try. So no, but in attacking the Poles and others, you're taking away a buffering between yourself and the Soviet Union. And the problem stems from Hitler's worldview, his Frederick the Great imperialism, his supremacism, his the epistemological blunder of natural fallacy. Who is it? I asked Al Ross over at Majority Rights. Al, what do you think about? What do you think about the Holocaust? What do you think about Hitler? Well, let me see how you answered. And because I wanted to show the people who are what kind of person is egging on guest worker to antagonize me to no end, which is always ever done. Try to deconstruct everything that I say, no matter how good, no matter how important. Now his motives are not Nazism. His motives are his ego. He wants to be the only one, who is putting across valuable ideas, even though he's not. And so anyway, I ask Al Ross. Here's a couple of questions for you, Al. Do you think that the Holocaust was real? What do you think about Hitler? And at first he doesn't answer. He says, "You're all," he tries to mock me, and then he answers. Al Ross says, "Well, Daniels, the Holocaust question is a non sequitur. Anyway, is it a non sequitur? I have the same faith in Holocaust mythology as you doubtlessly have in Paul Bunyan and his Blue Ox." So that's what he thinks of the Holocaust, right? Just a term for uh, the how Operation Reinhardt and so on, in the Einsatzgruppe and in the gas chambers killed, somewhere around 6 million Jews. And he wants to say this is a mythology, and that I mean, I'm just laughing at the stupidity of this denial. But this is the motivation. Even though GW's motivations are not Holocaust denial per se, or Hitler redemptionism per se, this is the kind of motivation of those who are encouraging him in his senseless antagonism of me and my and the resources that I bring to bear. And then Al Ross says, the Hitler question is easily answered. He was the only person to stand up to the Jews, and that's what I think. Well, was he really? This is a false either or. That this false currency that's been circulated among American reactionaries would have you believe that he was the only one who understood a problematic relations with Jewry. And what's the professor what's his name? I'll think of it in a second. But the guy from Yale was saying how the Poles had a plan to move 90% of Jewry to Palestine. That was what they were working towards. So obviously they didn't feel they could get along with them, and that this was not their natural habitat, and they wanted to deport them. And you have the father of Polish nationhood, Roman Dmowski, who was an anti-Semite. What I'm saying is, Hitler was not the only one who saw this as a problem, and furthermore, he had anything but the best way of dealing with it. He dealt with it in such a way as to stigmatize the whole cause of ethno-nationalism for generations. Making people even afraid to criticize Jews because you were going to be associated with visions of piles of skeletal Jewish bodies, thanks to Hitler's and guest worker says the Holocaust is a control strategy. Well, it's not. It's not just a Holocaust. It's not just a control strategy. Okay, he's going straight to the political use of the event, which goes to show, because I'm not saying that it can't be abused against us, and has against people, even against people who are on the Allied side. For goodness sake, that's the hell of it. But to go right to that, and to not first say, look, this is it is a thing, and you can see how people would think that this is pretty horrible, pretty unsettling. Um, Not something to mock or deny or dismiss. And the Holocaust is a label, or like Shoah, given to the more focused killings of Jews, and one that was less inhibited to the mass about their mass killing, to the point where even like children and things like that, there was no qualms about killing them. So you can the demarcation. It's valid for there to be some distinction made there. After all, the Operation Reinhard was about targeting them. Okay, now there are criticisms to be made wherein the mass killings of other people, Poles and others, is sort of being pushed aside as somehow not nearly as important or something, and that's offensive. And certainly, it's offensive to punish people for it who were in fact fighting against Hitler. I mean, I'm talking more or less, the Americans and the Allies, because yes, there was anti-Semitism in Poland, and there were people who helped Jews, and there were people who were, would point them out and say, go get them, Tiger. But it's history, and people have been punished enough for things that they didn't have to deal with. I certainly don't feel guilty. I did it one time. I was like, I couldn't understand, but I don't. As I sort out the facts, I do not feel guilty. I don't think that setting about to kill people and to genocide people is the right strategy. Of course not. And I think that this idea of horizontal transmission that Bowery cultivated from Fawcett makes a lot of sense. Where are we with our listenership? We got 3 still. Good. Again, to recapitulate that for newer listeners, the theory of horizontal transmission is that it begins with Jewish captivity in Babylon. They're taken into a foreign land, and they have to adapt to that. So they begin to evolve, not in relation to the land, but in relation to their captors in their land, negotiating away, cunning. They come back to Palestine with these evolutionary adaptations in relation to the people below them. Then they're beginning to develop niche social abilities, not to the land. That's the first step. Then the Romans come in and conquer Israel and scatter Jewry into Europe, where they become diaspora there. Again, this increases the horizontal transmission. They, over the border, they move into niches of, well, religion for one thing. They're trying to overthrow religious power. They're trying to overthrow Rome. So Saul of Tarsus becomes Paul. Babylon, the great evil, is the same as Rome, basically. That is to fall at the end of time. Because why is Rome the great evil? Because it's evil to Jewry, in a word. And then, so they move through Italy, throughout Europe, especially into the Rhineland, where they permutate into the Ashkenazi, and then into Poland, and they're developing relations with the nobility as tax collectors, and doing things that the good Catholics are reluctant to do. They tavern owners and running prostitutes, perhaps, what they have to do in order to survive, and they can't own land, so they're maybe becoming bankers and lawyers eventually. They are consolidated somehow through the miracle of compound interest, consolidating the wealth of these nations to themselves, and eventually people, having their tax collected and whatnot, smack their head and saying, what are we putting up with this? These people are screwing us, and they react. They react in the Spanish Inquisition, showing those who are cryptos, and the pogroms, and then finally the Holocaust. And they are killing the more ordinary situated Jews, and selecting for the more virulent ones who virulently capable, let's say, ones who are more cunning and skilled at escaping, if not outrightly taking their money, then taking their cunning across the border, and they go then into England and America, where they're moving into niches of control. So you have two aspects. You have their biological pattern, which means that, yes, some of them can be, not so bad, pretty good people, but nevertheless reconstructing a biological pattern that has a different set of interests, which is in averse relation to, or uncaring relationship, we might even say, to European peoples. And it is also a niche relation where they try to take control so as not to be subject to these backlashes or whatever, and they move into niches with their skills of what are the niches? There's banking, politics, academia, religion, as we said, the Abrahamic religions, which is probably the most important one to begin with. Law and courts, international business, media, of course, there's 7, organized crime, NGOs. Where is a business? A business should be included. That's together with NGOs, like foundations, trusts, things like this, and that kind of connects with military-industrial technology too. So they have these niche, disproportionate, if not hegemonic, influence in these things, and certainly the best organized group on ethno-national grounds. Yes, there are whites and other non-Jews in these managerial, or let's call it position, in these positions of power and influence, but they are not doing it as accountable to ethno nations. Maybe the Chinese are, but our elites are not doing it for, or our elitists are not doing it for our sake or accountable to our sake. They're doing it on objectivist grounds, as I said. These are right wingers or liberal grounds. In those, for those who take the license and the licentiousness on the basis of objectivism, I'm so objectively wonderful or free that I could just take this license and licentiousness that the tribe is offering me, or I'm so wonderfully smart, objectively smart as a and that's why I'm succeeding, and so I'm not accountable to the people that I'm evolved with through 40,000 years for this greatness of my wonderfulness, because the tribe told me so. Paul Godfrey told me so, after all. Hold on, I gotta take a whiz. I'll be right back. So what that means is that this platform, which is the best platform, is not to be blamed, because it's not as being all about the kosher folks are the enemy and the only thing to be concerned about. No. I can say that for the foreseeable future, it's a perfectly valid hypothesis, working hypothesis, that they are, far and away a disproportionate, if not hegemonic problem, in conflict with our interests. There's abundant evidence for that, and so we have to find a way to distinguish ourselves from our interests from theirs, and defend ourselves and recognize them as an outgroup. But I'm prepared to assert that that's more than valid, because we're, especially in as much as we maintain that we are not setting about to kill anybody, or to, let alone genocide or exploit anybody. We are merely defending ourselves. Furthermore, furthermore, unlike David Duke or somebody, we not only we're not only blaming them, we are looking upon our part in our susceptibility and which comes through Enlightenment stuff and so on, to our right-wingers and our liberals, which are prone to rupture our boundaries, because that is, after all, what liberalism is. It's the transgression or the rupturing of boundaries and borders. And that's the concise definition, the best definition, the working definition. And why leftism, where it is not red-caped, but the depth grammar is understood as unionization, is the opposite of liberalism. A unionization, conserves that which is within and prevents the liberalization of boundaries. Now, there's a difference to be drawn there, and where the confusion comes in when people talk about the left. They're talking about the Marxist internationalist left, which is about the union. There is the workers of the world uniting against nationalism and against international business owners and so on, the oligarchs. That's the concept anyway. But it would be against we are nationalists, so that's destruction to us. But of course, and then it permutated into the cultural Marxists, the Frankfurt School, which were coalitions of non-European peoples against and anti-European peoples against European peoples in Europe and in diaspora as whites. But that's not a white left ethno-nationalism, which would be a unionization of our European peoples specifically. Unlike, a unionization of some industry, which might well go obsolete, we are unionizing our people in perpetuity, and there you have it. And from this position, this unionized position, with the tribes safely at arm's length or accountable anyway, it means to hold them and other elitists to account, our right-wingers, our liberals, who are, as big a problem as anything. Those are our traitors. What's more important to pay attention to is, it's hard to say in an instance. And this is one thing why someone like Tan Staffel is not the greatest epistemologist at all, though Wolf Wall Street would try to say so. It depends, what emerges as the most relevant antagonism in the hermeneutic survey of homeostasis. Another day, it might be, we might have to attend most forcibly to China, or Islam, or black power, black biopower. It's, what we're paying attention to will be in constant survey by the basic position, command control, so to speak. It also will have different factions who are specializing in attending to different problems. But they've got to recognize that theirs is not, in intelligence, they've got to recognize that theirs is not the only problematic interface for our boundaries and our homeostasis. Yeah, I would say I maintain that problem number one at this point is, or one A changes is our betrayers and the kosher folk. Yeah, that's the biggest problem I've interfaced. But um, we have different challenges that we're up against, and this platform is sophisticated to handle that. And it's not a negative platform either, because hermeneutics is all about the resources that make life pleasurable, that we make use of. Um, and once again, and imagining liberation from tortured facticity, tangles, double binds, confusion, dilemmas, all that is facilitated through hermeneutics. Coherence, accountability, warrant. Even the holding fast to emergentism finds its place in its fellow non-Cartesian place in the non-Cartesian survey process of survey that is hermeneutics and its circularity of attendance. So where was I then? Nobody wants to join. I see these Russian letters here. Russians are listening. Privet. Privet, comrade. Oh, they don't say comrade, I don't think, in Russian. I read. Да, говоря по-русски немножко. Very little. And yes, I speak Russian a little. Well, actually, almost nothing. It's one of the few phrases that I know. So what else might I want to add? Just that a word to the wise. This here is the best platform. They're doing all of the right wingers. All the people these people, even that I'm criticizing heavily, they're all really intelligent. They're all providing some really good ideas, and they're almost all they've got. They're all mistaken in a few places on some very fundamental epistemological levels, which is where disaster can come in, and the whole edifice can fall down. There was this great, really good, not great, really good podcast at Greg Johnson's, or by way of Greg Johnson's site the other day. Where was it? Oh, geez. This radio broadcast He shifts articles around sometimes. Anyway, there was this writer for Countercurrents. He's starting a national policy institute, and he was interviewed by this near mainstream radio DJ, and it said a lot of good stuff, a lot of things that I could agree with. Right. But right along with Greg Johnson and exposing Greg Johnson, the what do you call them? The vulnerabilities of Greg Johnson's right-wingishness, which there are. He's endorsing right alongside Countercurrents Jared Taylor, and of course his even more vulnerability, as they look white to me, platform, and the kind of IQ nationalism that goes along with that serves the Ashkenazi so well, but also endorsing Paul Gottfried. That always seems to be like the get out of jail free card for the accusation of anti-Semitism. Oh, see, well, I love Paul Gottfried. It's amazing. And I'm explaining to people, if not the proprietor of this marketing program of a characterology of the left as the enemy, is the exemplar of its being a project in service of kosher power and interests. All the red capes that go along with it, the left being about equality, not about unionization, right? There's a red cape there. Steve Saylor's mockery of the concept of human biodiversity, turning it into a matter of IQ, a red cape of IQ, so that this qualitative concern of incommensurate realities that shouldn't be compared, because the essence of what they're about is seeking different evolutionary niche ends, right? So you shouldn't compare them falsely. You should respect their niche evolutions and coordinate and have the means to coordinate respectfully. No, it's turned into a lateral matter of IQ by Steve Saylor. Absurdly. How the hell could human biodiversity be a matter of IQ? That's ridiculous. And yet through him it is. And why? Well, maybe partly unconsciously, because it serves, and maybe not, because it serves the interests of the Ashkenazi. Not because it serves any real moral way of dealing with intergroup relations, as the concept of human diversity should do, equipped with the idea of incommensurability, which the scientific reactionaries of the right-wing boomers in the form of Bowery and Guestworker very recently tried to say was strictly a Jewish idea of Thomas Kuhn in the scientific revolutions, and strictly a way to discredit science and make it into a sheerly social endeavor and focus things on sheer and mere social constructs. And that's how you can tell when somebody is either abusing or really totally misunderstanding, following the misleading of social construction when they say a mere social construct or mere pragmatism. It's not mere. It's not that the concept of incommensurability can't be abused. And it's not, I'm unaware that it can't, that things like these ideas can't be, obviously they can. Social construction of hermeneutics, incommensurability. But there's ways that they should be used if you care about European peoples and their capacity to negotiate with others, as opposed to being an asshole chasing the red cape of inequality by matter of IQ or direct comparison. There is this idea of incommensurability, for example, that you don't talk of men and women as if they're unequal. That should sound absurd to you. You talk about these being incommensurable differences. They have niche capacities that should be respected. They're incommensurable. And that applies to other, group relations, not just men and women, of course. But making this point, this important point, I would never expect to be confronted, just taking that one idea and not following, not even being the slightest concern to follow Thomas Kuhn and every jot and tittle. I didn't even know he was Jewish, but I took this idea basically as it was developed by communications theorists, and I was seeing how good it works, as opposed to talking in terms of equality, inequality. You're not stupidly arguing against equality and sounding like a jerk. Rather, you're respecting niche differences between peoples within the group and without. And this is in that respectful dealing, in that really appraisal of the reality, the better appraisal of the reality. This is another thing about social constructionism, is that it's like it deals better with the reality of what's going on. And that describes, as it were, better the reality of certain relations, that they're incommensurable. They should not be exactly compared. You should not strive towards perfect comparison. And by recognizing that, you provide a way where people can not just save face, but be respected for their actual qualities, and you're not as prone to look upon them as lesser, to try to exploit them, to have the hubris that might get you caught up short, nor to instigate conflict for your assholishness and reciprocally escalating diatribe, which even heads to war for these incommensurabilities, as the conflict is not coordinated as such, but exacerbated as a direct comparison and confrontation. So it's a really good, like all these postmodern ideas, it's really good and important to understand. But anyway, these what academic agents should understand is the true, right wing asshole boomer truth regime is, all up in arms about this. That you might deploy this idea, and because these are people who are uneducated in the humanities in this case. You've got them saying that have guest workers been egged on by the Nazis and the Christians, and just these right wingers who are chasing the red capes. It's going to keep saying that he tried to say that this was a private definition of mine. I just like that's one of the most graphic. He's been gaslighting me for years, but that's one of the most graphic examples. He said, he was criticizing the notion of incommensurability. He wants, a perfect foundation to compare everything. And I began to explain these things to him, and his contentiousness kicked into gear. And he said, "You don't need your very own definition of incommensurability. It already has a different definition that everyone but you understands and uses." Now that's a massive gaslighting the guest worker is undertaking there. I'm the only one who doesn't understand this. That his perfect understanding of incommensurability. And, of course, and the incommensurability, as he understands it, is pure Jewish chimera. Right? It's just a chick. He's chasing the red cape or red caping of the issue. He wants me to believe that I have a private definition of this in service of his ego project, his scientific reaction to the red capes, to the abuse of social organizing and advocacy concepts. So he says, you didn't need your very own definition of incommensurability. It already has a definition everybody but you understands and uses. Can you imagine? But this is the kind of gaslighting that's done to me for years. But this one was like, I really it was a gotcha. Not that he's ever going to own up to it, but here is the term incommensurate in the gist of how I apply the term, while guest worker is up to his endless gaslighting, trying to say that I was the only one using the term in this way, as if I plucked it out of my arbitrary convenience. Okay, now to quote Barnett Pierce, incommensurate resources. If communicators express different resources in practices they collectively produce, they are likely to misunderstand and thwart each other's attempt to bring into being their vision of what is good and true. Some misunderstandings may be socially serious but yield easily to resolution by good mediation, not theoretically interesting problems. However, some types of differences in resources stubbornly resist the efforts of translators and are both socially important and theoretically interesting. Some social critics describe worldviews that are formally incommensurate. They cannot be mapped onto each other because a faithful translation of the meaning produces a concept with radically different significance in the other worldview. In addition, incommensurate worldviews appeal to different principles or practices in adjudicating the conflict between rival interests and significations. The problem of adjudicating differences and coordination among groups is clarified by the set of terms introduced. If two sets of stories are compatible, then they can be reduced to agreement or disagreement about the same set of issues. For example, both may organize their myths around the story of a hero, and even if they disagree about whether it was Achilles or Hector who was the most heroic figure in the Trojan War, their differences may be adjudicated by rhetorical eloquence. If, however, two sets of stories differ not only in their judgments about issues, but also about the issues they find relevant, they are incommensurate. No amount of rhetorical eloquence attesting to the heroic virtues of Achilles will suffice to endear him to a culture that values sensitivity and altruism rather than martial skills. By contrasting martial skills with altruism, incommensurate stories are made compatible. They both find their niches. And if two sets of stories differ so much that the difference between them cannot be described, they are incomparable. If we meet sentient aliens who taste colors and communicate telepathically, their stories and ours may well be incomparable. In my judgment, that is to say, the author, all human stories are potentially comparable, even if they are and probably will remain incommensurate. In practice, that means that one take their own and others' beliefs very seriously. They work to make them comparable. They work to make them compatible. But they do not expect or attempt to make them commensurate. Now, having said that, I need to be clear that I'm not 1,000% verbatim with Pierce either in his deployment of incommensurability, as I have a different focus and application. He was a liberal. I am, of course, an ethno-nationalist. Of course, the first salient example in how it serves to stave off chasing the red is in showing how it serves to stave off the chasing the red cape of proposing oneself an asshole against equality. GW wanted me to remain his foil and tried to say that I was awed by his argument when he posted an article in which he said that I was arguing for equality, and I was shocked because I never had, and I was utterly disgusted. He tried to strawman me by saying something I never had, which was I never had argued for equality. Never. That's Gottfried's red cape of what the left is about in essence, in order to distract from the depth grammar, which is unionization. And whereas in fact I had written several articles about how arguing inequality was a bad idea, especially to argue against equality, and that in terms of commensurability and incommensurability and comparability, in order to stave off misrepresentations from the likes of GW, are the way to go. There was something in there that I wanted to talk about, and it just escaped me. I think it was something about was it about Gottfried? Against equality and incommensurability. Anyway, you see how instrumental an idea, and how better an idea it is, the more serviceable idea it is than equality, inequality. Gottfried set up this, and others have set up this red cape for right-wing reactionaries to chase against equality. It's ridiculous. At this point, in many ways, it serves, the niche elitism of the kosher folks. Oh, we're just there because we're better. It's like, that's just the way it is. Life isn't equal. Get used to it. It's, oh man. Anyway, poor right wingers being herded by Paul Gottfried. Oh, they want to take away your Christianity. Yeah, you got to rebel into your Christianity, right into your Abrahamic yoke. You can do. Hi, Tiffany. Want to hop on for a second, Tiffany? I'm prepared to stay on a bit longer if somebody wants to join me, but I've done enough talking for now. I'll leave the stream up because I think that it's a good resource, and I don't think that I'm saying anything that I'm not saying anything uh, that should be deemed unacceptable to the censors. Oh, Tiffany, I'm so tired. I was just listening as I was falling asleep. Oh, well, what time is it in Los Angeles? It's 9 a.m. Oh, I see. Yeah, it is late. Okay, it's 2 o'clock. It's like 2:21 in the morning. I can see that. You can stop in and say hi, can't you? You have such a beautiful voice. 12:15 a.m. Well, that's not so late, is it? Unless you have to get up early. I don't know. I have totally weird sleeping patterns these days. I do much better at night when my melatonin's intact. Afternoons are my worst time. Really, I totally out of sorts. I have no melatonin left. I'm confused. I don't know what it's all about. It's just I can do physical. I'm good for physical labor activities in the afternoon, but if I have to you know make decisions and sort out problems, disaster. That's not the time for me. 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't like sunlight. I really don't. I love the dark. I'm very sensitive to it. You're a night owl too? Well, say hi to me. I'm not going to judge you. You've heard me radically incoherent at different times. There's the link. I'm sorry that Norman didn't join me. I'm open to different people. I have to be careful with letting people on discussions because they can ruin a good podcast. Yeah, much better at night. Much better. I think that's part of the northern evolution. See, I saw your genetic makeup there, German and Swedish and Irish and English, and it's probably good for a night owl. But yeah, all these. Oh, there she is. Okay. Hi, Tiffany. Good to see you.
Okay, you talked me into it. How's it going?
All right. What time do you have to get up this morning?
Well, I don't have to get up extremely early. Around 8, but I'm a night owl. I stay up pretty late. I'm kind of the same way.
Yeah.
I do much better. I function better. But today, I've had a long day today. I feel drained. You know what I mean? It's been one of those days.
I won't keep you too long if you can't handle it.
Oh yeah, no, no, no. Yeah, I'm pretty pooped. But
I just wanted you to say hi. Yeah, it's
yeah, I'll stop by and say hello. Yeah, it's
yeah.
been one of those long, just ridiculously dumb days where I'm so
What was
ready for it to be over.
what was the problem?
um, I think the problem boils down to I have somehow invested myself in how do I explain this? The problem is a mismanagement of time with um, people who are energy vampires, I guess you could say. I have you know
I'm
what I
sorry to
mean? Yeah,
laugh.
that was yeah, trust me, it's funny.
Yeah,
But
yeah, I know. Yeah.
yeah.
There's vampiric types out there for sure.
Oh man, I seem to have a magnet for him, and it just becomes consuming after a while. And then it kind of dawns on you. You have these moments where you're like, well, what the hell am I doing? You know, kind of in one of those moments going, I need to restructure my
Well, I'm so
free
lucky.
time.
I tell you, it's really there's people have this concept of loneliness, but I don't know it. And I live mostly by myself, and I hate to say it, but I really like it's really good, and
No, I don't I
I
don't
live
I can
I live
argue with
according
you
to my
on
own
that.
schedule, and I
Yeah,
sleep
that's
how I
nice.
want,
Yeah.
and I'm not hassled by other people. Sartre says that hell is other people, and that's when I agree with him, about that. It's like, yeah, it's like,
Well, something, I've always been that way. Even as a child, I mean, I was social, and I'm a very social person. I do well in social settings. I'm somebody you can take anywhere, and I'll get along with everybody. But even as a
now,
kid, well, even as a kid, I'd rather sometimes read a book in my room, just kind of like do my own thing. I've always kind of had that loner mentality. And I'll
uh-huh.
tell you, there's nothing wrong with it. It's a very liberating one. I traveled a lot for business by myself. I always had a good time. I used to go before I had kids. I used to go on vacations by myself, just alone, and it was beautiful. It was best.
Well,
Yeah,
the good thing about traveling alone is that you don't have you just pick up and go to the next
right.
thing
And
whenever
I
you want.
love that. Right.
You too.
I,
You're free. You don't have to get caught up with another person's what they got to do or want to do. Yeah.
oh gosh, I can't handle it. And it's funny. Not that I'm not compromising or flexible, but honestly, people are such a pain in the ass.
They really are,
They are.
and they're nasty, and like, there's a lot of them that are really pathological. A lot of there's too many people out there. It's too many people out there who deserve to die. And it's like you would never stop killing. It's like the only thing you could really do is just avoid them and
Police brutality sometimes makes sense. I mean, I don't know.
you can only just like
Don't quote me on that, but
you know try to uh, make yourself happy and not be uh, too bitter about those people who take advantage of
no,
their
that's
will.
not even it. That's not even it, Daniel. I don't get bitter about it. You know what it boils down to is I interact with a lot of people, and I tend to be empathetic to a fault, and
Yeah,
so it's already
me too.
draining. Yeah, it's draining. So I look at these flawed people, and instead of seeing these horrible character flaws, I look at them and I go, okay, your childhood was messed up because of this and this, and I feel so bad. And I tend to be, it's funny. I tend to be kind to people who don't really deserve it. And that
Oh,
always,
tell me about it.
yeah.
I've been totally screwed by doing that too.
And, I can't really blame anybody but myself. And, I create all these own problems for
Oh
myself.
no, don't go that far.
Well, sure, though. I know
Come
better.
on, it's partly their fault. Come on.
I know better. I should know better. But
Yeah,
but
you should know better, but still, It's
I
not.
still feel bad for these jerks, and it's like, man, one day I'm gonna lose this empathy that I have, and look
And
out.
you should. You should.
Really
When it, when
should.
it, when it comes to the point where it's hurting you, you certainly should.
I have never seen, I have quite the fan club on here, Daniel, and it's really bizarre to me because I don't understand why. But I've never seen a group of people who want to dislike somebody so much as they do, as these people do me on here, for absolutely no reason whatsoever. It's the strangest thing I've ever encountered.
Who are you talking about? Are you talking about the white nationalists?
No, I don't even know who these people are really. I don't know most of them, but they
You said that OV banned you.
no,
Did
Ovi didn't ban me. Ovi and I let Ovi on my panel every now and then when he shows up and we have interesting
I didn't know that you had.
conversations.
I didn't know that you had a panel.
I don't anymore. I had to stop because here's where I screwed myself. A long time ago, I found some really deep-seated compassion for these families that lost children at the Sandy Hook school shooting, okay? And
What school shooting?
the one that happened in Connecticut, Sandy Hook. This
Oh
was
yeah,
like,
yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
yeah, a horrible situation. Yeah, it looked kind of weird. I understand why
Yeah,
people felt
and it really
questions.
happened. And then there was these deniers, which was totally bizarre.
Oh my gosh, and they are so, these people were rabid, right? They were rotten. And I became friends with one of the parents, and he started a nonprofit that helped combat basically the re-victimization of victims of violent crimes online from conspiracy theorists. Now,
Oh, that's really good-hearted. You in a big project. I didn't know you were taking on such
oh God,
prolific stuff.
well, this sort of thing really was the backlash I got from this because I participated in some other forums
That
that
is
had,
bizarre. No good deed goes unpunished.
oh man, that's why they call me an ADL shell. That's why they fall around. And,
Oh
and,
my
and
God.
so for years now, I've had this
These right
thing.
winger. You know what? This is the right wing. That
Yeah,
they're into
yeah.
these conspiracy theories.
Oh God,
The nutcases. That's
look, th
go
th
on.
these people have nothing subsistent. And mostly what I did with this group is I didn't even, they are naysayed because they would remove content from YouTube and other platforms that had images of their murdered 6-year-old children. I'm sorry if people can't understand that. I make no apologies for it. You don't decimate the memory of a murdered 6-year-old child in a manner that is so defamatory and so just
Yeah,
cruel.
yeah,
I can't, I don't, if I was one of these parents, I'd probably be in prison. I don't know how they've maintained.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
here's and all for just like the speculative theory that you know it, they're necessarily going to take away their guns or
Oh,
something.
come on. I know, right? It's so
They're
dumb.
absurd.
It's so
They just
dumb.
really. I mean,
And,
these right wingers, they're like these stupid nutcases.
mhm.
This is like Metzger was saying. It's like he would say, and they don't listen. Get out of the right. Get out of the right. David Lane, the 14 words guy, is like, these right wingers are crazy. Metzger, get out of the right. And so how does Jim Goad react? It's like to that. He's like, yeah, I listened to Metzger, and that's when I wrote the article why I left the left. And then there's this other guy, the uh, what was his name? Thomas 777.
Mhm.
Yeah, we and Metzger was saying that you should. He's telling that you should join up with our black brothers and and that we tell them not to do any damage to the elites. That's not what Metzger said at all. He
Yeah.
said go ahead and do what you want to the elites, but don't just leave the white working class neighborhoods alone. Leave us alone.
I've recently discovered Jim Goad. I wasn't aware of him because again, these types of circles, they really were not in my bubble that I lived in. I had no,
Well, let me warn you about him. He's okay. He's an intelligent
Mhm.
guy, but he
Yeah.
is he. but exactly what I'm saying. He's in that controlled discourse between where a characterology of the left is the enemy, and
Yeah.
whites are supposed to identify as right, but nothing. There's a problem there, and
Yeah. He's
it,
well
it, it
spoken, but I wasn't super impressed by him. He's well spoken. He seemed a
yeah,
little bit, I don't
he's
know. I
vulgar.
don't,
He's
but well,
for one.
not just that, but he seemed a little bit, I don't know if I want to say full of himself
Oh
or
yeah, he's arrogant. Yeah,
victim. I don't know. All these kind of negative character
yeah.
features kind of popped out to me about him initially. I,
He was
you know,
really nasty with the way he treated one of his co-hosts when he had a radio show. It was
oh,
horrible,
really? Yeah.
abusive.
Edgelord kind of comes. I don't know what to call him. I judged him kind of harshly, I think, at first, and then I listened to him a little bit more and kind of peeked at his books, and I was like, well, maybe he's not that bad. He's just kind of, I don't know, stereotypical to me. I wasn't super impressed. I was impressed that he was intelligent. That's about
Yeah,
where.
he's intelligent, and he makes and like all the right wingers, he has a lot of he makes a lot of good arguments and has things to say.
Yes,
Uh,
yes,
but but it's like he found a place at Countercurrents with Greg Johnson because I mean it's a situation where he's a writer first and foremost who came to white nationalism as an audience. Not he's not someone who's like most heartfelt cause is white nationalism. He's Jim Coates a liberal at heart. I'm an individual I'm not a
hmm
group joiner. So, yeah, you're not a group joiner until you get thrown in jail, and then you better well be a group joiner. And as you admit yourself,
right,
then you
right.
find your identity. Otherwise, the black and Hispanic gangs are going to rape you.
Right,
So
right. Well, and that's the thing. It's like OV doesn't really offend me all that much, believe it or not. OV grew
well,
up.
he doesn't attack you, but
No,
he
he does.
attacked
No, he
he
does.
attacked
He
me
does.
relent he attacked me
Yeah.
relentlessly. I'm not. There's no need for me to put up with that from him.
Yeah, no, he does. I mean, he came at me pretty hard, but OV grew up across the street from where my mom lives. He grew up in Newport Beach on Balboa Island with a Jewish stepfather. So I understand him a little bit, and just because I know his upbringing, and it was very affluent, and he had everything handed out. I kind of get the guy. I went to school with a dozen OVs. Most of them
Well, I
grew up with.
understand him, but the way he treated me and the stuff that he's putting across as if it's a good idea when it's exactly what we don't need.
Right,
Uh,
right.
there's no way that I'm putting up with that from him.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
no.
yeah. He's just kind of a character to me. It's like, his little Hitler mustache and his Nazi flag and all that. It's like, oh God.
Yeah, but see, there's been a huge struggle, um, and I came into the struggle through Tom Metzger, and he's better positioned to take a stance against uh, the association of white nationalism with Hitler and Nazism because he has German background. Let's see how's it work. His biological mother was German of German ancestry, and his father was I think Scottish ancestry. But anyway, and he has his stepfather's name Metzger, which is a German name, and he's respected as one who understands and has uh, relative sympathy for Nazi Germany, but also recognizes that it's divisive, and he's like me, he's advocating all Europeans. I was like, you know, down with that completely. It's like, yeah, it's like let's put Hitler aside. Let's put Nazism aside. This right wing stuff that's from another time, and it's not serving our interests. And it's been I thought more people would be like ready to see the intelligence of that. And
Right.
instead, it's like I've got all these people who still want to redeem Hitler and Nazism. It's like, forget it. And
Right.
you know, it's because I'm not against, uh, you know, I'm here spending my life defending Germans and German nationalism among all Europeans. I'm not against them.
Right.
The Germans that I meet along the way are almost invariably some of the nicest, most intelligent people that I meet.
Yes, they
I'm not
are.
against them.
And the funnest. They're some of the funnest too. They're funny.
I
They have great
give you that.
personalities. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but in the movement, you get these the every all nationalities have their bad apples too, and you get
Of
these
course.
ones who are nasty as fuck and like and trying to promote this stuff, and some of them are either actually kosher or at the behest doing this stuff, and they are. It's been beyond a chore. It's been a huge albatross that
Right.
countercurrents isn't shedding sufficiently at all.
Yeah.
And Jim Goad is well, not I don't I shouldn't brought it as a bad example, but Rams Paul is saying that it's nothing. They're going to call everybody a Nazi. It's not a problem. What and academic agent? Oh well, they want to say that it's such a terrible thing, and it's really not. Well, in the sphere of white nationalism, it is a big problem because you
Right.
still have your true believers, Warren Belloc and Ovi, or just to name a few, and the association is so destructive to our cause.
Right. Well, because it turns it into a extremist movement. It turns it into something that is
To a bad
considered.
extent, into supremacist imperialism and
Right.
natural
Right.
fallacy and divide and conquer,
Well,
and makes us
well,
radioactive and incompassionate and inhumane. They want to do the Holocaust denial. It's a disastrous association. The last thing we need is someone like OV.
right. Well, isn't it in Europe? Isn't there a different movement that's kind of taking over, like any type of Nazism? It was that guy, the Christchurch shooter. He had the symbol on his backpack when he did that. Socialist. It starts with a B. The hell is that called? It'll come to me. Let me think for a minute. Anyways,
The Christchurch guy was inspired by or not inspired. He was saying some of the things of white nationalism. Yeah, and he was like he sent a donation to
yes,
who's the guy from Austria?
yes,
Uh, is married to Brittany Pettibone, Martin Sellner,
yes, yes, yes.
who was
That's
I
there.
think Identitarian Europa is what you're thinking of.
Yeah.
It
Well,
started,
no,
started in
that's
France.
not it. They have a symbol. It's like a circle with all these arrows coming out of it.
Identitarian Europa, yes.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, it started in
Okay.
France, and then Martin Sellner adopted it for Austria. And I don't know that they're necessarily bad. I don't hold Martin Sellner responsible for what this Christchurch killer did,
Yeah.
but I don't know a lot about him. He's probably knowing me, he would probably be too right wing, but he doesn't seem like an unreasonable guy.
Well, everybody wanted to call that guy a Nazi, and that's the problem. Is he wasn't necessarily a Nazi.
No, I
It
don't.
was,
I don't.
yeah.
I don't. I'm not accusing him of that.
No,
And
I'm not saying you, but people who resist. So the backtrack. So the problem with my volunteering for this person who became my friend in his nonprofit and stuff, he's extremely kosher. Okay, and that fact alone, he received this poor guy who's going through the grief. He lost his mother, then he lost his 6-year-old son. Then it became this national, or actually international, publicized event, right? Then you have the conspiracy theorists, and
no,
then he's kosher, okay? So this guy is getting death threats. I mean, and
wow.
yeah,
You
it
can
was
you can understand almost why there would be censorship on these issues and
yeah,
whether
I do. I don't disagree with it. Look, I am all for the freedom of expression, but I don't support harassment. And
I agree.
there's
I
a
agree.
clear-cut line between the two. And when people's lives are being messed with, when people, this is, and because it's happened to me, people will take these things into your real life, and it becomes really, really dangerous. So the
Yeah.
problem I'm having right now is I have this massive group of people who one day call me anti-Semitic Nazi, and the next day they're calling me a shill for the ADL. I'm not even kidding you. They can't make up their
No,
mind.
I know. I know.
It's so funny because I'm like, which? Well, I can't be both. That they don't, that doesn't. I didn't even know
Um,
what the ADL was until about 2 months ago, Daniel. I'm not even kidding you. So the problem is they're
well,
getting
you're in good hands here.
they're getting a little bit rabid, and I have to, I have a very small reach. I'm not sure why they've made me this boogeyman. It's really bizarre to me, but I don't even know what the heck I'm talking about half the time, which is even funnier. It's like the cherry on top of this horrible Sunday.
You mean the deniers of the Connecticut shooting
Yeah,
or
with
the
any of
ADL?
this stuff. I mean, I don't know enough about the Holocaust or anti-Semitism or any of these things to be a threat to anybody. I don't know what half these people are talking about
Who's
half the
harassing you?
time. Pardon me?
Who's harassing you?
Oh, I don't even know who these people are. There's
But
massive
where are they
every
harassing?
chat I go into, every stream, every panel I go on, they've but in the past when I was active with this nonprofit, they took it into my real life. They harassed my family.
Really?
Yes, it's insane. It's really bad. And I took a break and I came back about a year ago and I kind of stayed hidden. But then somebody one of these Sandy Hook conspiracy theorists, they sussed me out one day and they're like, wait a second. And the irony is I never took people's channels down. I debunked things. I would, my main function within this organization is I would take these crazy, anomalies and opinions they'd come up with that was evidence of the same thing being a hoax, and I would debunk them because they were elementary. They were so dumb. It was
Yeah.
easy to do. And I would
Yeah.
interview, and they had this one particular hack. He was raising money to get to the truth, and I really put the fire under his seat, because he was a con man, and I enjoyed doing that. I like a good puzzle like that, and it was fun calling him out. But I got so I did interviews with New York Magazine and just really dumb things like that got me under the radar. And yeah, these people are just relentless.
I don't think that's dumb. You know,
Well, it's not dumb, but I'll tell you when.
you might say it wasn't worth it, but
No, it was worth it. It was worth it because look at these babies. You have to imagine the last moments of these little tiny children's lives were horrific. And victims of a crime like that, they're not guilty until proven innocent. And they've been denied a certain amount of their grief because of this harassment. I think it's disgusting.
it is disgusting.
And
But I haven't
yeah,
followed it quite that much. But I always found it offensive and never, you know, see this is an example of why it's so important to set to this platform is so important in its correctivity and its accountability to set these right wingers and these liberals apart as one of the key points on our radar screen as people who are going wrong and have to be watched
yeah, yeah. Because
and kept at bay because
yeah,
these are the ones these are the ones of our people who are going to hurt us.
yes, this is a fringe. Yeah, yeah.
And these are the reactionaries to abuses to rhetorical abuses who
Hmm.
are or speculating and looking for some sort of they're into these wild conspiracy theories. They're logical, but they're prone to these wild conspiracy theories and they're searching for these
Truth.
unassailable foundations beyond
Right.
beyond uh, beyond praxis or within or below praxis in nature. And
Well, there's a common theme of underachievement, of failure to launch, of just complete detachment from reality. These people don't process, they have no logic, and they become extremely invested in these ideas, and they become paranoid.
Well, the stupider ones, yeah,
Yeah, this is the
But
bottom
there
barrel
are
of society.
there are some who are a bit more logical, and some of them are disingenuous, kind of like.
Well, the problem is that I'm having now with all this is it became these people have gotten they've become so heated about me, right? And it's really truly bizarre because I haven't. There's no reason behind it except the fact that I'm accessible. I'm here. I don't hide who I am. I go on camera. Things like that. It's just they know who I am. I'm
There
becoming,
might be a misogenic element in it too. That
of course,
they're
yeah.
bitter about women, and so they're looking to
Hmm.
have this is a vicarious way to take out their hostilities on you know.
Yeah. I think it's all of the above with these people. They kind of cover every category in the DSM five. Like, this is the petri dish of mental health disorders. And it's like, man,
No, but yeah, maybe you should maybe you should try to
I'm gonna lay
step
low.
for a while.
Yeah, I'm gonna lay low, and because I'm getting a little nervous because
They'll grieve, and most normal people know that this was not a
oh
hologram or something.
yeah, no, the mental health of people it's teetering right now on what I would call very unstable to
A lot of crazy people in America. Really, it's
gosh, I had a person take a bus from Michigan. This is back in 2016. From Michigan, they showed up in my neighborhood. Now, I don't know why. I don't think they want to go grab a cup of coffee. I'm not, I've never figured that point out, but that was terrifying for me because it dawned on me at that point that, okay, people who I thought weren't capable of travel and didn't have the means to get to me that are far away, I'm safe, do and are. And
that's scary.
it's look at being a female on this platform.
Sometimes I'm glad I'm not a woman, or really,
Oh,
even though they have some tremendous advantages,
no,
they
no.
have some, but just like when it comes to things like that, I'm glad I'm not a woman.
Yeah, well, and this person still, I mean, they're still emailing. It's a really bizarre scenario. And I don't understand. Look, I understand the questioning and then I worked for two kosher people in my career, and it was very unpleasant. I'm just going to leave it at that. They both owe me money still. The one was just,
Wow.
it was just an
And
unpleasant.
there's some nice ones to work for, but and there's
Of
also some
course
bad
there
ones.
are. There's nice people in every book group.
Yeah,
Look,
yeah, 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 yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disrupt your thought.
yeah. There's nice people in every.
But
There's bad.
these ones weren't. Okay.
I'm just saying my personal experience. I was like, okay, if this is like how it is across the board, I, I don't know. No, but I mean, I don't understand the Holocaust denial. I'm not interested in figuring it out. I feel that it's misguided. A lot of these things are misguided, but it's not wrong to question. I'm not so mainstream that I don't sit here and go, okay, I don't really even watch the news. I think it's a waste of time. So,
Well, let me just stop you for a second.
yeah.
It's not the use of the Holocaust, the Holocaustianity, and as a political weapon. It's not wrong to question that. How guilty people should feel and how penalized people should be. But in terms of strategy for defending European peoples, it's it's a retarded strategy. I mean, people will say that there's no evidence. I had this guy just the other day. A majority rights. I said, Al, what do you think of the Holocaust? He said, well, it's I think of it like you probably believe in Paul Bunyan. I mean, it's like I I'm looking at these what are they called the
Oh,
Holocaust survivors online. It's story after story after story of people giving vivid accounts of the camps, the crematoria.
right.
There's all sorts of records from Berlin about the shootings of the Einsatzgruppen, which were carefully documented, and
Right.
and these people, these idiots want to. It's like, look, you didn't do it. So and I'm not trying to lay blame on you. So figure out another way not to feel guilty for heaven's sake than deny it. You're an idiot. You're making everybody. You're stigmatizing everybody by this. And that's every bit as bad as denial of the Sandy Hook shooting. It's
Yeah.
insane.
Yeah. And I mean, to think that the amount of of complicit people it would take to have something of that scale be completely a psyop or a hoax or whatever they want to call it. It's just ridiculous to even think that way.
It's retarded.
It is retarded, and it is it's not normal. It's a very sign of severe mental illness, in my opinion. Now, is the number of people who died correct? I don't know. Who really knows? I mean, it does
Well,
seem like
it's pretty.
it seemed kind of high to
Becoming
me.
more time. It's pretty close. It's not. It's definitely.
Do you really think that many people died? I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah,
that's some, gosh, that's a lot of death, man.
yeah. But then you have to understand that 50 million European people died, and also and you know, uh, in acknowledging the reality of it, then you can get back to, okay, well, then you can go more easily to the point. Well, there were grievances that became inflamed and responded to like a convulsive reaction almost that were self-destructive and for us too. So and have been. So it's it asks the question, if you acknowledge it, is like, what could provoke such ire. There must have been something irritating that obviously we're not. And the point is, we weren't getting along, and it's not
Right.
just the Germans. We weren't getting along, so separatism was called for, not just loving everybody.
Right. Right. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, Hitler he had an amazing ability to psychologically manipulate an entire country. I mean, it's
Yeah,
phenomenal when you think about it. I mean, he was a mastermind of just very sick stuff, but he induced some sort of psychosis amongst his people that allowed them to fall into this. I mean, I was
yeah, but
watching.
I don't agree with this guy was saying is some sort of Satanism. There might have actually, I don't know. There might have been some kind of like cult stuff, like I said, but I don't. I think that one of the more it's we're on more solid ground if we look upon Hitler's being grounded on natural fallacy of might makes right, and how and the Germans, because they were doing so well, that would be very compelling, especially to some maybe of their puerile women who were instigating this, and puerile women. That's a contradiction of terms. Puerile females, and they so they would be captivated by this and see. They didn't exactly see the Jews as inferior. They saw them as the greatest rival to their supremacy,
Right.
and
Right.
so and if you're believing in this natural law of might makes right, then this is just what you do is that you take on the challenge and something in this in the background when you're abrogating socialization like that
Right.
and going by natural law. Then if you're an unsocialized puerile female, in the background of your thinking is that, well, I hope maybe I'd like it if the Germans do the best, but I'm going to be breeding with the winner of this competition no matter what. You're getting to the most vulgar base level of femaleness there. You know, the incitement to genetic competition. This is what happens when you don't have the delimitation of these social bounds, when you rupture that with natural fallacy.
Well, he had a great marketing guy, propagandist was his chief
Goebbels.
propaganda. Yeah, yeah. I mean, he was incredible.
Oh
He
yeah, he was very high IQ. Yeah,
very, very, very. I mean, that's
but
actually.
he was a terrible liar too. It's
Well, of
like
course, you'd have to be in order to, they weren't speaking the
you
truth.
say, of course, but in white nationalism, this they had this guy Goodrich who put out this this thing, the greatest story never told, right? And he's just putting
Mhm.
out Goebbels propaganda wholesale as if it's the truth. And J.F. Garippy is taking this. Oh yeah, this is horrible. The Poles killed 58,000 German civilians interwar. This
Yeah.
this is what Goebbels said, and it's a total lie, a
Well,
vast lie.
I mean, we do that. I mean, the U.S. We interfere with countries' elections in that manner. We put out propaganda like that and interference all kinds of different, international politics. I mean, it's
Yes,
mind.
but I don't know. It's it doesn't that doesn't undo the fact of this disinformation that's being circulated in white nationalism and the beleaguered by political correctness German and Irish populations, especially people of America, are going to be susceptible to want to believe this stuff, and it's and then we're fighting each other
Right, right.
because they want to blame everybody in accordance with this
Well,
propaganda.
you've got that. You've got, we're to blame for slavery. I mean, there's so much guilt that they're just bestowing on us. We have to feel
It's
guilty. If you're
terrible.
white, you have to feel guilty about being born and maybe being middle class, and it's so
You,
ridiculous.
you know what you'd find, like I said, you know what you'd find if you come to Europe about the slavery thing. It's like you'll tell people, explain in detail how not only I, but not even my ancestors had anything to do with slavery. They'll turn around. After 2 days later, after you said that, you brought the slaves to America. It's like I've had that happen more than once. It's like they're just completely committed to this idea because they're jealous of Americans and resent Americans, and that they just like really are ready to snap up these anti-American ideas, anti-white American ideas, like you're responsible for slavery and you should be
Yeah,
penalized for this. Get the hell
yeah.
out of here.
Yeah, I don't blame the dislike of Americans in Europe. I mean, I really
Oh, I
don't.
don't either, but
Yeah.
really,
Over
some people get
slavery, I mean, come on, there's a lot more to
some people
hate.
get carried away, and they really they don't understand that there's a lot of really there's good people in America too, good
Of
white
course,
people.
of course, of course.
But there's some people who don't, like Europeans, who don't want to recognize that.
Well, I think it's probably because we've become such a joke. I mean, but we had. So well, I used to trade crypto, right? Now I don't know. Biden passed some executive order today.
You
I've
do.
just been.
I'm afraid of it. I wouldn't know what
Oh,
I'm doing.
you're smart. You're smart. 'Cause I haven't even looked. I don't even want to know.
Oh,
Um,
it took a dive recently, didn't it?
oh my God. Look, it it didn't just dive. It went straight down. Whoosh. I mean,
Really precipitously.
oh, it was so bad. Bitcoin went from being, I think it was somewhere at like 68,000 per coin basically. And it dropped down to, I think at its lowest, it was down to like 37. I mean, we're talking massive dump. It started to come back today. I was like, okay,
So FTSU James won't be bragging too much about the money that's made right now.
no, No, unless he knows something I don't know, and if
He
he
was calling me
doesn't,
an idiot. Unless he somehow bailed out before that, but
well, I
maybe
don't
not.
know because I didn't even see this coming, and I'm in groups on Telegram. I mean, I have all kinds of. I had a massive loss that I suffered.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay. You know, well, that's what I was saying 6 weeks ago. I'll make it back. Now it might, it's not looking so bright. But so Biden does this executive order that I'm afraid to look at. I don't even want to know what it's about.
Oh
That
yeah,
I should. I probably shouldn't yet before I
he's like
look
some
at
kind of
it.
Frankenstein, isn't he?
I don't know if he's really actually alive.
A
I
zombie.
sometimes feel like he might be a robot. That's the essence of
He is
Biden. He's a weird
fleshy
man.
robot.
Oh God, he was such a bad choice. I don't know what they were thinking. Um, Trump made me nervous because his tweets I would read, and although they were funny, I was
At
like,
least
okay,
there's some rationale to Trump.
I
I
like the
didn't like
fact
him, but
I like the fact that he
Democrats
trolled.
are worse.
Well, he trolled people. The fact that he called Kim Jong Un Rocket Man. I mean, that to me was hilarious. I I don't know why. It was goofy, but it was I got a kick out of him. But there's days where like he'd tweet things I'd be like, this is gonna get us all killed. You know? It was very nerve-wracking. He was so reckless with his words sometimes, but that
Well,
was okay. I can deal with that. Biden is gonna we're gonna be in war with Russia, I think. He's
oh,
a
maybe not.
moron.
Not that.
You don't think so?
Maybe with Iran. That's one thing that's always been a part of Operation Clean Break is the war with Iran.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, the reason why Trump got elected is almost singularly because he promised to undo the Iran deal.
Um,
And he even said he, in tandem with Jared Kushner, said that the thing that inspired me to run for president was to undo the Iran deal, and that's of course why Netanyahu won him. It's all part of Operation Clean Break, which I guess you're familiar with, right?
yeah, a little bit, a little bit. Well, I mean, it was President
To secure
Kushner.
to secure to secure the realm around
Yes,
Israel, the regime changes
yes,
around Israel.
yes,
Firstly, Saddam Hussein, and then
yeah.
others uh, Gaddafi, and big target, of course, is Iran. But I even think that Ukraine is part of that because all
Well,
they're
I
friends.
think Syria is too, to be
Tomatoes.
honest with you, because
Of
they're,
course, Syria,
yeah,
and definitely Al Assad, Bashar,
yeah.
and
I'm not sure what's going on in Lebanon with all that, but
that. Yeah, well, of course, they want to apply a clean break to that. It's
right, right.
but it explicitly saying we want to use American military, and Wolfowitz and what's her name, Victoria Newland's husband, Kagan, Robert Kagan was a writer along with Netanyahu and um, Perlman, Richard Pearl, Douglas Fife.
Yeah.
Well, and I hate that they're strictly blaming to have their complicit right wingers. Yeah, they're dupes and Bush and Cheney, or Cheney wasn't so much a dupe; he was more complicit right winger. But this is, and he might have his oil interests, but the
I don't
those,
understand
those
how these right wing folks were so supportive of Trump when it was. I mean, it was so when he moved the embassy in Israel. It was like, wow. But they just
they're easily maneuvered. It's like Mike Enoch with TRS. It's like
yeah,
that operation was basically to get support behind Trump because that's what his kosher overlords wanted. They wanted to undo the Iran deal. So
right.
let's do something that WN has never done, which is rally behind the Republicans. They've known for years since George Wallace that there's not a dime's worth of difference for our interests between the two groups. So some argument to me there's concessions that made for the first time with Trump, like okay,
Right.
he put in better Supreme Court justices than Hillary would have put in. He was better than Hillary would have been, but that's saying like next to nothing. She,
Well, I mean, she was
that was just
just
ridiculous.
I was so anti-Hillary, it wasn't even funny. I would have had any, but you could have elected Big Bird, and I would have been happier with that than Hillary Clinton. I have an
There's
uncle.
very few people that I can think of that I despise more than her for years.
She's a horrible human being. I mean, she's just a rotten
Absolutely
person.
horrible.
I
Absolutely,
have an
absolutely horrible.
I have an uncle who's really close with the Clintons, actually, and I asked him one day. I said, this was a mistake in asking him this. It caused a little bit of a fight, I guess you could call it. But I said, this is when she was campaigning. I said, how's her how's her drinking problem? He goes, I've never seen her have a drink. And I was like, oh, come on, Uncle Ron. You have. But he was
How's
a
her
trip.
girlfriend?
Yeah, exactly. He was a trip though. I'm too tired to tell this whole story. I need to get to bed. But I'll
Okay, next
say
time.
I ran though. Yeah, it's interesting. I went to college out where this uncle is located, and obtaining my drive. He donated a lot of money to the Clintons, and he had some pull with things, and my whole process out there. But like just obtaining my driver's license was strange. How they the corners I was able to cut because of the ability he
Wow.
had in
Oh
these
yeah.
states.
Wow.
Oh, you talk about, and this is at a very low level, right? So you imagine at these higher levels, it's a trip.
Yeah.
But I was going to say, after I remember a couple years
The
back.
karma of these people is too big to even like imagine. Talk about the
Look, what I experienced at such a small, little, minute level, when you apply that to a larger scale, it's scary. It's scary.
and I hate Bill as much as I hate her. I really do. Both of them.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's just bad. He was just, he had some charisma. He had some.
Not to me.
No, not to me either, but to most people, he did for some reason. I never figured that. I've met him, and he does have a very strong, I don't know, energy, I guess you would call it, but
Yeah.
I don't find him to be appealing in any way. I think he's a dirtbag. He's just he's a
Surely
loser.
he's not handsome.
No, not at all. No,
Yeah.
he's a
Scumbag. He is.
he's a scumbag, but he's like a hey guy, hey, you know what I mean?
And he's obviously intelligent, and
Yes,
he does the thing of wielding a lot of like little concrete programs that would be actually good if they were applied in the right interests. But
right.
he's a Democrat, and just he's doing everything in the service of the Browns. So
Have you seen, before I go, have you seen the documentary called The Boys on the Track?
no, what is that?
It is about when he was the governor of Arkansas. There's this story out there that allegedly he was having planes of narcotics flown in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And there was a scenario where these two young teenage boys happened to be, they had either run away or something, but these planes were landing in a field in Arkansas, and these two young boys happened to they witnessed this, and then they obviously they disappeared, and they were found dead. But this documentary, which was kind of poorly done, however, had so many eyewitness testimonies in it of what the Clintons, it blew me away. I was like, wow, this is scary, because that back then they're friends with my uncle. I'm going, what the heck was Uncle Ron doing? Kind of maybe I was like, it's kind of scary.
That's a shame. Because there's some beautiful areas around there, and really nice people down there in Arkansas.
Yeah.
Going to a post office saying it's like, I love you people, but I don't like Clinton. And this lady at the post said, he's not from around here. We had nothing to do with him.
It's beautiful though. Tennessee is beautiful. I lived in Georgia for a while, which was beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice people.
Around Gatlinburg. Yeah. Definitely.
Yes, gorgeous.
Smoky Mountains.
Yes, yeah. It's absolutely. I mean,
West Virginia, I love West Virginia.
West Virginia is gorgeous, but I mean, I don't know if I'd want to.
No, well, you can shoot up there. you can be a meth addict.
Yeah, real quick, and then go home.
You can find your fix anytime, right?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I don't think I could ever live. But I mean, it's beautiful. It's green. Being from Southern California, we don't have that green necessarily
But you
like that.
do you can score down on Figueroa. So
Well, I mean,
that's why
shoot,
you're at it.
these days it's not criminal anymore. They've decriminalized drug convictions. I mean, you can be caught with a decent amount of drugs now, and it's cite and release. They don't even arrest you.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was retroactive, so they released drug convictions of the
Well,
past.
that's
That,
a facet of big pharma and the cyclers.
of course, there you go. That's it's a
Have
mess.
you have you been to Figueroa? Have you visited your friend,
I
your best
haven't
friend? What's
been
your best friend's name again? Uh, the
my
guy,
best friend.
your best friend from Soft White Underbelly.
From where?
Soft White Underbelly guy.
Oh, Mark. Mark, yeah.
Mark Lyda. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I haven't been looking for
He's gonna interview you.
I lived in LA for a minute. I lived in Marina Del Rey on the alphabetical streets. I lived off a Hurricane, right? And it was beautiful. I got
Yeah,
my
that's the
fill of
shame of it. It's all beautiful. It's such a shame
I don't know if it's
to
beautiful anymore. I avoid LA at all costs. And then
well,
I worked up there in
well the
North Hollywood.
topography and the area and the weather and
Oh,
everything.
yeah. I mean, there's
And what it
parts
was.
like the last time I was in LA was probably a couple of years ago, and Skid Row has now spread to basically you're not free from that type of scene anywhere in LA now.
Oh my
You
goodness,
will
really?
have no, I'm not even joking.
And you were saying that they can go in and steal things from
Yeah,
stores under
yeah,
$1,000, just like
yeah.
nothing
They
to
won't
do.
even call the cops anymore because it's pointless. They don't do anything. And
How could you have a business?
I don't know. You can't. That's why there's so many small businesses that are closing. I mean, even places retail like CVS and things like that are shutting. They're shutting shops down because it's not worth operating business in these conditions anymore. But for instance, when you get off the freeway, let's say you get off on I don't know, I can't think right now, like La Cienega, and you're going up, towards the nicer areas, right? And that's not the stream thing. Oh, you're just somewhere nice and all like, hey, it is literally you'll enter a neighborhood and it'll be, beautifully manicured and well maintained. The minute you leave that block, it is tense, drug addicted people defecating
That's
on the
America.
sidewalk. I don't
It's an
understand it.
exaggerated version of the America that I know because in Montclair, New Jersey, you had these areas with these mansions on top of the mountain, and like a few minutes away is just like black hell. But anyway, but yeah, this is a
It's
different
so
thing.
bad.
It's another
It's
another.
Yeah, no, it's so bad. The entire vicinity of downtown LA out into the outer skirts of LA. I mean,
That's amazing. That's
it
so
is
uncomfortable.
it's not it's just unpleasant. It is not a pleasant. I remember being a kid going down to LA all the time. I used to like opera when I was a kid. My grandparents would take me down, and it was beautiful. I was fascinated. I loved the city as
Opera in LA.
yeah, well, I mean, when I say opera, I'm talking like Phantom of the Opera, like things.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I have a very,
You say you were like a beach girl. That's fascinating. Like the Beach
yeah,
Boys. That girl. That's cool.
yeah, I surf and I still do. I mean,
Really? That's
yeah.
hard to do. I can't do that.
Well, I have to say in my later stage of, now that I'm a little bit older, I'm honestly terrified of great white sharks because there's so many of them now.
Really?
Oh, they're
Really?
everywhere.
Wow.
I have an app on my phone that tracks them. I saw one going down the 405 freeway the other day. I'm like, okay, I'm really regretting paying for this app because, little Poe, this great white that they've tagged is going down the 405. I don't think it's too
Really?
accurate, but yeah,
That's
it's pretty.
yeah. That is scary.
Oh, they're everywhere because you can't hunt them anymore. So now they've reproduced and their population is massive, and they all like to hang out.
And they're getting hungry. Yeah.
Oh, they're eating people left and right. I mean, it's
Are they
insane.
really?
Yes.
In California?
Oh yeah.
How come I
Yeah.
haven't heard about that?
They don't.
Because black people can't swim, and so they don't go in the ocean.
Well, yeah, that's part of the reason, and that I think they don't want to advertise it because the sharks don't. The sharks might be offended. It's not their fault, so they have to protect
The shark lobby.
yeah, they have to protect
They
it.
must be confusing them from
Yeah,
Narada and the guys in West Side Story.
the good name of the great white might be tarnished by this innocent incident where they just bit somebody's leg off and they died in the water. It's not their fault. I actually saw a thing. There's an animal, a communicator, she calls herself, and she's pretty good. I'll give her credit, but she kind of lost me when she got to the great whites. She asked them, "Why are you eating people, or why are you biting people?" And they explained to her is that the surfers put off this energy, this competitive energy, and their food source it's been replenished in the ocean. They've had to come closer to shore, and they see these surfers with this energy. They think they're so they just get excited and bite them, like puppies. Just,
I
hey,
still that's amazing. That I don't know how anybody could balance and but it's a great the ocean's it's a beautiful thing. It's
I love the
the way
ocean.
the way. Don't you love the way you feel when you go to sleep at night after you've been in the ocean all
Yes,
day? You can still feel the waves. You can still feel the waves
yes, and the sand and your skin has that
and the
feeling.
smell. And
There's nothing like it. It's incredible. It really is
it is.
peaceful and healing, right? I believe there's healing aspects
Oh
to it.
yes, it's
Um,
fantastic.
but I could, there's other places that have the ocean too, and
Well, the Jersey Shore is not bad. You criticize it all you want. It was fun.
no, I like the East Coast a lot better than I like it here. There's great whites over there too, but they're not much, not as many.
I don't remember any killings.
Yeah,
In
they're
my time
rare.
on the Jersey Shore, but
They're all up in like Massachusetts and up in North Carolina.
I
I
did
think
hear
they're
of one
having.
over there on Cape Cod. I think I heard of one.
Yeah, every now and then, but those sharks are a lot more. They're pickier. I think they have more choices for their dinner. They don't have to eat people.
Australia has a big problem with sharks.
Oh yeah, they're bad. Yeah, that's I don't want to ever go there. It's just because of the animals. It's terrifying. The spiders and the snakes. And
You might run into Luke Ford too. Where's the wall?
Daniel, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna be.
Great talking to you, Tiffany.
Nice talking to you too.
I'll talk to you again. I hope on maybe next Sunday at
Yeah,
least.
I'll be laying low, but I feel like it's safe over here. Nobody's found me yet on your stream, so I'm okay.
I'll protect you. I'm used to it. I'm used to taking on antagonists. They all hate me. So
You probably have all these people blocked already. Actually, now that I think about it,
no, well,
there's some
some
crossover.
of them.
Daniel, trust me. There's some crossover.
Yeah.
I've OV's group. Those people. Yeah, they're probably not. They're
Well,
probably
there'll
blocked.
be more crossover of interests and antagonists who were protected against here. So
Yeah.
I thank you very much. It's been great talking to you. And
You
I'll
too. Have a
talk
good
to you
day.
soon.
Okay,
Bye.
bye-bye.
Take care. Okay. So that was Tiffany. Lovely talking to her. I think this show will provide a good resource for anybody who cares to re-listen to it or listen to it for the first time. I'll leave it up. And so we'll close it down and end the show there. So thank you all, and bye for now.